All right. Um, Happy after hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're here today for
Yeah,
another segment. Talk shit, you know? Happy hours.
happy
Hope every
hours.
day. Everybody had a great weekend.
Oh yeah,
So
we're
far. Let's start.
inside. Yeah, man. How was yours, host? Tell us about your weekend.
Man, full of patience, making use of every day, and
Right?
living every day like your last. Um,
Yes, sir.
didn't get to connect with nature as much this weekend due to a lot of rain. I don't know if it's in the state also where you guys in your city is. Has it been raining a lot?
Exactly the same.
It's
Not
crazy.
at all. Not over here. Not over here.
How could I tell you, bro? Remember, I kept putting off some outside work because it was just raining, and in that 24-hour period, it was 5+ inches here just a couple days ago. So there's shit muddy. I mean, just conditions. So I was finally yesterday. I got to go out and really go get into nature and do my thing, and today too. So in that
Awesome.
regard, it's been a great weekend so far.
I was looking forward for nature this summer, and didn't work as much as I thought it would due to being in the studio a lot and trying to create more often. Stuff like that. I got to do a little bit of gardening,
Yeah,
not as much as last summer, but
gardening's good.
yeah, I
It's
try
pretty
to promote agriculture as much as I can to people
well,
in these times
just
we're in.
yeah, especially the personal, even a elevated little bed or a little plot of somewhere of their own.
Mhm.
So so people could have a little bit of nibbles and whatnot if they don't know how to get all their food from nature, then they could tap into their own little supply and grow their own stuff and see what the reward is. And more people would love to do that anyway, I feel. So
If I'm
yeah,
not
man.
mistaken,
What do
you
you
do
guys feel is what's up,
yourself,
Pri?
Biz, right? You do a bunch of gardening yourself, like agriculture.
Do I?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been doing it for a couple decades now.
it's awesome.
What do you feel is the easiest stuff to grow? Like that doesn't have experience in agriculture.
It depends on what you're going for, but some real hardy stuff and easy, like about in any conditions. Strawberries grow good in about any conditions. Um, Onions, chives. There's several herbs, cilantro, um, all kinds of mints, and the other heavier duty vegetables. They're a little fussy about sun and constant sun or hardly much sun. They like to be in the shade sometimes. So it varies. When you get into like the tomatoes and potatoes and beets, turnips, cucumbers, squash, and all that, all kinds of stuff, man. So, but that anywhere goes type thing is kind of like strawberries and what I mentioned before. I appreciate the question, bro.
Uh, I'd like to ask you, what is your favorite part about agriculture or say gardening?
I'd say for me, it's just knowing that I can produce my own thing, my own stock. If you get the right seeds, and you got to get the organic seeds if you can. And there's over time and over the last couple of decades, they've been uh, taking the more natural and organic seed stock away, and some of that stuff could be GMO. But at the
Right.
same time, if I'm saying you would still rather have that GMO seed, or if it's even tainted a little bit, to grow it on your own than have some corporate farmer do it for you, and then you're going to pay 100 times more for it,
Right.
type shit. And it's, way poisonous too.
Mhm. Some of the benefits I would say from that is producing your own seeds at the same time while you're growing your own stuff. You're also producing your own.
That's what you do. That's exactly.
Yep.
I'm glad you picked up on that, man. That's very important to keep rotating and keep your own seed supplies going.
Right.
So when you start this, you're starting with organic seeds, and you're keep gathering seeds throughout the year, basically, to put back in your stock, so you don't have to rely on maybe sketchy seeds, or questionable seeds. That's the point too. I'm glad you brought that up, man.
Is there something that you just want to grow, but you find it very difficult? You find, Matt, where you currently doing your gardening?
No, I don't think in my zone where I live, I mean, nothing's too beyond difficult to really grow. You just got to have the patience, and then the weeding, and you got to be in there damn near daily. You got to weed that shit out, because it starts taking up light source and other stuff. And then like all the 100% natural and getting down to the roots, so that whatever you're growing isn't reaching its full potential, because you're not maintaining the weeding and just those general details. And that could be fun too. But some people think it's a grind, like they don't want to rock with that no more. Like it's too much to weed it. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about people that actually have the experience, because
Yeah,
I'll build on that to say that people are just lazy because they figure that they can just buy it in the store rather than grow their own.
well, even in my own family, a lot of us had a lot of experience. I'm talking about the generation before me, and then way back. They've always had the knowledge to do it. At some point, though, they get so old or so broken down in the body that they just physically can't go out and do that every day. So they just kind of give up, and then they just rely on the stores. But we all know, them store shelves could be cleared off in just a few seconds. And what are you going to do when there's nothing on the shelves for you? What are you going to do? You got to have a plan. You got to have tools. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Survival tactics, very critical to learn
Very
as much as you can.
Crucial.
Very crucial.
Crucial, yeah.
Form of defending yourself also. It's a little form of self-defense, if you really think about it.
It's just good protection. It's good practice. It's a good code of way to conduct yourself, stick to your code.
Yeah. Anything you want to say for the agriculture, gardening? You find any interest in it?
Definitely. I suggest, if everybody who has land or the space to start picking up on that as soon as possible. You're gonna need whether you like it or not. People might as well start. The earlier you start, the head start you have, the easier the future is gonna be.
I agree with that. And one more thing, just to build on him, one quick point was, I never had this or a little plot or something all my life. There was times where I was just growing herbs in the kitchen window, inside the pad. There's a lot of stuff you can grow in the pad. Several things. Trees, fruit-bearing trees you can grow in your own crib, produce fruit. all the herbs basically you can do inside your own space.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's literally quite that simple, man.
Yeah, you
You know,
definitely planting because I mean, look at China. Why is China all the all the food everywhere, anywhere they can, there's not gonna be any stuff, and they selling it, knowing well that we're gonna be running out of food, kind of Cuba it's gonna be an issue. They're running that issue.
Well, look at America's population.
Cuba is going to be a prime example of what everything is gonna how the whole world is gonna happen. Every country we should look at Cuba if you don't know what I'm talking about in there, and just prepare yourself because that's what's coming.
And even the healthcare aspect of it too. Cuba's got it going on, man. Cuba takes care of their own. Cuba.
People that live in warm climates, that's all year round, especially if you live in where all year round you're not getting winter, you're mainly getting good weather across the span of 12 months. I mean, you want to take advantage of that,
Absolutely.
It's kind of a benefit. It's very beneficial to have that going on in the first place, and not making use of that. It may bother you when things get very worse. You didn't pick up those traits of what you could have learned,
Yeah.
Rather than somebody that has to face the winter, especially people that have 6 months of winter,
Right. And
give an example.
if I can, I mean, I know a couple conscious cats that were lucky enough to be forward thinking. In some of them went to Central America and whatnot. I won't drop any names really, but they've been doing it, and they got out of the Big Apple. And there's another couple over in the Far East, like Thailand and other places like that, man. And they're living the good life, man. Compared to us, they're living good.
Right. Yeah. And also why you should take benefit or take advantage of those things is also, you can also help others that's unable to have experience, or to give them a boost or a motivation to actually want to grow those seeds.
Mm-hmm.
You can send seeds over, you can ship them over, you can give a friend or two, seeds that you grow, let them see what you were able to grow, and maybe try it too, and say, whoa, and you want to put your hands in the dirt as much as you can possible, very
Absolutely.
important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to build on that again, I got a brother, man. I've been knowing him a long time, and he's got several kids. But anyway, they're all grown up. But he's never dabbled in bees, but now he has 2 big hives. They're Italian bees, honey bees. And then he's got another hive, and they're from like Missouri. Like you can get all that stuff right now. You can get bees, you can get a colony going. They're so important. You can also get rabbits, baby rabbits in this day and age on the internet. You can get live baby chickens sent to you. And when it comes to the chickens and the bees, I mean, hey, you're just really growing your own. So your family's going to be not just having a little, the good garden stuff, but they're going to have, steady protein in the meats, certain meats as well.
Yeah. Another thing is, even if there's things that you don't feel like you're gonna be digesting, or you and your family, you definitely want to grow everything that's possible. you're gonna be able to start trading that later. The other
Right. The
products that
barter
you will need.
system.
Exactly.
Yep. The barter system is where it's at.
And shouts to Colt 45 and shouts to 420, you know, in the building.
Oh, word.
Thank you guys for stopping by.
Yeah. 420 in the house.
Um, yeah, it's, you know, agriculture is very crucial, man. It's damn near one of the most important things, you know, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's been on my radar, man, for many years, and now it's very crucial.
Yeah, getting more into it as time goes on, man.
You
I
know?
damn near want to pick up doing farming. I want to start doing farming. You know,
You can
things
on
are
a
so
micro level. You
fast.
can do that.
Yeah. And right now doing tomatoes, cherry tomatoes.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, fuck, man. I lived off it last summer. Water, you know, alkaline water, strictly cherry tomatoes. Damn near the whole summer.
You felt good.
Oh yeah, man. I was out there in the sun, sleeping in the sun, you know, meditating,
That's what,
sun gazing, and sunbathing, and
that's what I'm talking about, man.
peppers too, you know, different
Yeah.
types of peppers.
You know, like comes to jalapenos, they require a lot of sunlight. You know, you could do it in the
Yeah,
house, but yeah,
it's more
I used
effective
to.
outside.
And the more sun they get, the more, you know, little bite they get. You know, that little more extra kick, spicy tip. But yeah, they need sun. So if you can do the peppers outside, you gotta get them in the full sun.
Yeah, yeah. You know. Oh, also green onions. You know, I mean, scallions.
Absolutely.
Things they come up by themselves every year once you plant them.
The perennials.
Yeah, things spread like wildfire. The cherry
Yeah.
tomato,
Yep.
man.
That's how it is with chives. Once you get the chives going, you almost got to run it down with the lawnmower. Sometimes it comes back so
Absolutely.
bountiful. But
Yeah,
now that you got to cut that bounty and know how to, you know, store it and pack it away, because you might have to barter for it, or, you know, somebody else might need it. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Herbs are definitely also a good section to be planting. You know, anything that can help medical, you know, is natural, um, medicines and things like that. Yeah, that's gonna be useful too.
We have a lot of that here. There's like that natural capsation. It's just, some people look at things, oh, that's just a noxious weed. Well, no, if you know what you're dealing with, that's a natural remedy, you know, or a natural tonic, or, man, like that natural capsation. You just get some of that. If you got achy knees or something, rub those leaves in your palm and then just put it on your knees. I mean, it'll burn in a good way,
Mhm.
and you'll forget about that knee pain, you know, for a while. And all that stuff is way better than messing around with these creams, or, you know, these pills, or some of these supplements. You know, it's better, man. We're talking about nature right now.
nature. And
Nurture your nature. I always say that.
you know, one thing is also the most beneficial. Is funny, you know. It's a lot of people forget this is also your food for your soul, food for your aura, food for your spiritual growth. Is the sun itself. You know, the rays of the sun, how valuable the energy from it, energy production, what it does for your body. You know, a lot of people are not taking advantage of it as much as they should.
Yeah, I know a cat. He likes to be in this dark place, and he don't know, like, he don't want no natural vitamin D. He don't want to tap into any of that. So it's hard. It's hard for, you know, some that may be possessed on some levels, you know, to get it through their damn head, but still try to pound that into the head, man. But most cats will get this right off the bat, you know, right off the TIP.
What it do, Panda? What it do?
Building. Oh, man.
Who's that?
How fast?
What up, Say? Serious Biz in the building. What up with it?
What up,
What's
420?
up? What's good,
Shit,
fam?
I just woke up. Be real with you, man. I've been asleep all day. My allergies been fucking with me. This whole side of my head felt like the Terminator, and I wasn't able to do nothing today.
Late.
I feel you. My allergies have been acting crazy for the past 3 days.
I was on at least about 3 or
Is it
4
sleeping
Benadryl.
Is it sleeping with the window open or a fan on or something like that?
Yeah, the window
I
open,
always gotta
and
sleep with,
that's pretty much what it is. It's just so
Yeah.
hot, though.
right, but I gotta sleep with my AC unit because I ain't got no central air in this motherfucker. All they give us is an AC unit.
Yeah.
So you turn that AC unit off, it's just be hot as hell.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
You
I stay
got
upstairs.
brother 420. You got anything to add to it? Because I know you get down with a lot of this stuff, man. About the gardening or, you know, natural.
Oh yeah, that's a must need. But we also gotta understand what's really being natural, because nowadays you got GMO seeds.
Yep,
You know what I'm saying? So they hitting you with the GMO coming straight out the ground.
that's true.
So I mean, you got to get the right seeds. Some people just think you can get any seeds. No, you can't get any seeds, because you might as well just go eat the fruits they selling in the grocery store.
That's facts.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't eating natural because you're growing GMO at your ground. It's still GMO.
You know, these countries that been thinking about this for decades, you know, they've been like Norway, they've been putting away seed stocks and the bunkers, you know, ancient seeds for a long time. You know, they've been keeping all the good seeds out of circulation.
Right. And then a lot of these other countries don't eat GMO.
Right.
That stuff is outlawed. They will not serve that to their people, but they'll serve it to us because we don't know what's going on. We just, okay, it's all right. It's genetically modified. That ain't real.
That's America. Yeah.
You think just because something has seeds in it means that, you know, you think that a GMO fruit doesn't have seeds in it, but GMO seeds, a lot of people don't really take into consideration, you know. Synthetic GMO seeds that grow synthetic production.
Yeah.
And that's how they do. They play on your right. They play on your ignorance. They play on you not knowing that they got actual seeds as GMOs. And then when people like us tell them, they be like, "Oh, they just conspiracy theorists. They don't know what they talking about." No, that's fact, homie.
Yeah. I don't get that either, bro.
You can't tell nobody nothing, and then people be like, "How do we supposed to know?" People tell you, but if you don't believe people, you will never know.
Yeah, and this shit ain't no conspiracy theory, man. This is real life.
Right. But you got to think about it. It's the same thing they said, like, what, 20 years ago? When they were saying UFOs wasn't real? You know what I'm saying? And then now they releasing documents saying we've been knowing that this was real.
Right.
So, in my opinion, I'd rather believe a conspiracy theorist than to believe the government.
Oh, you know that's right.
Because they're going to lie to you about, these people lie to you about walking down the street. For no reason, just lie for no reason. Like, you ain't got to lie about walking down the street, but the government will do it. Will do it.
That's why they got cameras on all the corners, man, to see how we walk down the street.
Man, it's crazy.
You see China?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
You said China?
Everywhere.
Oh, they getting ready.
They're like,
Oh, me. You see, I'm
facial
marching down the streets.
identification. Now, yeah, right on the street, right at the crosswalk. Shit.
Oh, me. They got pictures of Biden walking around, ready to get him. No, just playing, but they probably do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, they're like, we gonna get him, man. He ain't rocking with us like that. They don't like him.
Nah.
But they don't like no American people, period. I'm gonna keep it fine with you. Like, they at that point where they like, hey, forget all y'all. I don't care who you put in office. We still coming.
Yeah, it's been that way, man. You know, for quite a minute, bro.
Mm-hmm. They coming regardless. It don't matter what you do. So,
yep. So this
like
is what. Yep.
Go ahead, bro.
No, this is why we doing this, man, in the first place.
Facts. And that's why I keep telling people all the time, man. I can't tell you something that's gonna save your flesh. I can't tell you something that's gonna save your life. I can tell you something that's gonna save your soul. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't stop what's gonna happen. That's my belief. You can't stop it. No matter how much you prepare for it, train, get this done, that done. This has to happen. No matter how sad it is, because I love my family. I don't want them to go, but I have another family in heaven, and they included. You know what I'm saying? Like this, you can't think this is it. If you think this is it, you're gonna fight to keep this and do all kind of stuff you shouldn't do, just because you want to stay alive and stay here. But once you realize staying here is not the goal, it's not the mission, then you'll stop trying to do all this felonious stuff just to stay alive, or just to please people, or just to be at a certain stature. When you get to the point that that don't even matter because you can't take it with you, you can't do nothing with it after this life. What's the point?
For real, bro. That's straight.
And then if you're a colored person, you probably still ain't gonna get the accolades that you're supposed to get when you do achieve what you want to achieve. So what's the purpose?
Yeah, I could speak on that personally.
You got people that go to college and everything for the longest, get out and still can't get them good ass jobs.
What's that, Pre?
Now, you know, this not a lot of people they're so caught up with the physical aspect of life to the point that they feel sure they don't have the full belief system to feel that something's after this. So they want to live every day with pleasure in case. Let's have fun, as much fun with this life as we can.
Comfort.
Just in case.
Comfort.
No, but people like us would know. It's in your intuition. You have enough knowledge and common sense to know this is not, you know. I think some people can tap into that area of wisdom, not even knowledge, the wisdom part. You know, they just don't want to take the chance of living a life of pleasure to the fullest extent, and then you die, and that's it. I think they're scared of that.
They're scared, and it's so super. Yeah.
Fully tapped in spiritually. You
know? Ain't nothing to fear, though.
Right. But see, that's why I think they came out with YOLO. In my opinion, YOLO was put out there to make people do all kind of wicked stuff on earth because you feel like you only live once. Like, YOLO was a lie. They don't tell you that you got a whole soul. So you out here YOLO, I'm doing all the stuff I want to do, then you die and be like, well, God, why am I going to hell? You've been out here YOLOing what you thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're setting people up for failure.
I was surprised to learn how many people actually think like that. Like there's a lot of older folks that they tell me this. I say, so we have some spiritual at work every now and then. And you know, you're one of these older guys, you know, 60s, 50s or whatever. You know, once you're dead, you're dead. Blackness, you're in the ground and that's it. That's how you feel for real? Yeah, man. So that's why they want to have as much as they can, turn up as much as they can. You know, they live their life for the pleasure. Eat good, eat food, you know, all kind of shit. Because they don't feel like, you know, I hear this from some people that actually feel like that. Once you're dead, that's it.
Yep.
They say so convincingly, they probably tell their kid that. Their kids
To me,
grown now.
that's
feeling
sad.
like-
That's
felt like
very
that, man.
sad. I feel for them.
Mhm.
I feel
Wow,
for them.
you feel like that?
No, I don't. You know that, but
Why
I
you
feel for
no,
the.
this guy? No, that's what I'm like. Wow, that's how you feel, man.
Yeah,
But see, don't you know they say that
It's
even in the
crazy.
Bible? The Bible they tell you you were what do you say, you were end your life trying to save your life. No, you were in. It's something about you want to live so bad that you do all this stuff to live, not understanding that your spirit is what you need to be worried about. But what God was saying is, there's gonna be people
Right.
that's gonna want to live so bad that they're gonna do all kind of stuff to stay alive, sins and everything, drinking baby blood,
Yo,
all that.
oh yeah, that's crazy,
that's
man.
like the elites right there. Now that's what
Mm-hmm.
the elites now. This is
Mm-hmm.
what they do. They know
Right.
their time is up. They don't
But they,
have that the rulership already. They've been ruling
they,
for so long.
It
they
was
ain't
Now
organized.
this is what they're
right.
their life. So they have these clones now, synthetic bodies, stuff for mind transfer, all this Scientology going on to pursue their life
To keep it all
And
the way
hold on to
real, though,
power.
man, we're the elites. I can't stress
facts.
that. I can't stress that enough, man.
Facts.
Yeah. Hey Sage, you remember when we were watching the 1-4,000? We're watching the biblical stuff, the Israelite stuff.
Yeah,
Remember
with the
watching
tribes,
the 12,000 of each 12 tribes
right?
and all that stuff. There'll be Gentiles saved also over a lot of the people that's actually supposed to be those people. You see, all these things are coming to pass slowly. And it's funny how it's right in their face, but they still go against scriptures or certain things. It's like, it's crazy the mind fuck they did to the nation. The reverse psychology.
Right. Right. But to be real with you, the biggest key that the so-called elites have is they're not really racist. They tell you they're racist. They act like they're racist. But if you rock with them, they don't care what
That's
color you is.
Yeah,
right. Remember the other day,
That's
they really worship the people at the top is really actually black.
that's what I'm saying. And I try to tell people that all the time, and people get mad at me. Like I keep telling them, black melanated people was the first people on this earth. Period. So any evil that the so-called white man knows, he got it from us, because we was here first. You know what I'm saying? We can't say they got everything else from us, but not negativity. If we was here first, who taught it to them?
but that's heavy, bro. You on it?
So,
You're on it.
look at the Nephilims. What do you think they were? A lot of them were colored
Right.
giants.
And like I keep, yeah. And like I told people, the Caucasians didn't come until after the flood. You know what I'm saying? The Rebecca story is after the flood.
That's it.
So that was the first mention of red people, which is AKA Caucasians, because we know that they skin get red. Like we say is white. But if you look at it from their point of view back then, they knew what the color white was. Like we act like we don't know what the color white is. We act like we don't know what the color black is. Everybody's a crayon color.
Exactly.
When you look at the color white and you look at the color black, nobody's that damn color. Not even white people.
Nope.
They're more red than white.
Yeah.
So you think about what the first Caucasian would look like, they'd probably be more redder than the Caucasians we see now, because the Caucasians we see now has went through generations. They've been, intermingling, doing this and that, different babies from here and there. But he was the first Caucasian, period. So yeah, he was red. He was different than Jacob.
Remember we're watching that shit, and this is what I was saying now. You remember when they said that this is why I know there's a difference between black and Negroes, not the same people. Because you see, it says it like 2 times I remember in the Bible, for example. I know a lot of people don't fuck with it, but I'll go into it. It says Ham, had a son named Cush. Is the father
Yep.
of the black races. It says the father of the black races, but not the Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the scripture says. That's one story how you know they're not the same people. They ran into Africa to blend in with those people, though.
But the Negroes is the Hebrew Israelites, right?
Well, that's what basically the ones that ran from Israel into Africa for persecution.
Yeah, see, that's the Hebrew Israelite story.
Africa sold them into slavery. Also worked with you know what I mean? And they grabbed.
Right.
You see,
But see what they say in the book is we was over there in the Middle East, and the Native Americans and I think another tribe came over here to America because they didn't want to listen. So their punishment was to not be around us. Not, yeah, and then it was 10 tribes that was left.
They came to America now. Yeah.
And then God told us when the Romans pile up around your entrance and around your fort, that means they coming and you need to leave. But a lot of us didn't want to listen, and some of us got slaughtered there. And we all, the ones that listened, we got up and left and went to Africa. But we didn't take none of our stuff.
Southern tribes were the ones that went. The southern tribes were the black tribes.
And we left all our information intact in the same places. So the Romans just came in and read our shit and stole our language, stole our identity. Because they used to be serpent people.
But you see, it's all fucked up, it's all mixed up now. And you're going to see a lot of people that look white. They're not really white.
I tell people that all the time.
That's how mixed up it is now.
That's why I get mad when people say, well, just date your own race. I be like, bro, what is my own race? We've been everywhere. I can't sit up here and just say I'm just Hebrew Israelite. I got Native American in me. You can see it. My grandma was a Native American. So it's like I got a lot of stuff going. I might have Caucasian somewhere down the line. We had a whole rape session that happened back in the days. So I'm pretty sure a lot of us as black got it in your blood.
Vice versa. You have a lot of whites that are black in there down the line too. In their history. That's
why I think it's dumb to pull racism, because it's like, bro, we all here.
Yeah, that's how I break it down into that race. That there's only one, and we're human. So beyond that, come on, you know.
And then people say you shouldn't mix amongst your race, but if that's true, then why can I get them pregnant? Natural human nature tells you can't get somebody pregnant that you aren't supposed to be getting pregnant. Cats ain't getting dogs pregnant.
Right.
So if the Caucasian is not a part of our race, we shouldn't be able to get it pregnant.
That's a fact.
And my wife is Caucasian. I got her pregnant twice.
Check this out. There's some blacks that can't even get their black pregnant.
Right.
Because of your blood. Incompatible.
Right.
Why?
So you could have been dating your race, and now you can't have a baby.
Do you think that the needle thing, Pre?
Say that again, Sage.
Do you think that goes into the whole needle thing, where people being born when they can't be born naturally?
Yeah. They made that immunization needle to incompatible birth now. They've been doing that for a long time. So you're gonna have that demonic people. They don't have this spiritual intuition. And it's been going on from a long time now. They come in all kind of colors.
Now, with that being said, that needle and all that experimentation, wasn't that first getting going in like the 30s or some shit like that?
I don't know when exactly it started. I never looked into it.
You talking about the the thing with the knee? I forgot what it was called.
Just like the childhood.
Positive, right? If you're a positive and you sleep with a negative, the woman's womb begins to kill the fetus. Right?
I think it started in the 60s.
Maybe. I don't know.
But
that sounds about right.
But they've been on it for a minute, man.
I'm telling you, that's why you see a lot of evil people. Just work through those people. A lot of those people that came out like that, they're hosts for spirits.
Mm-hmm. But you know where they matter of fact, when did they have Operation Paperclip? Wasn't that like it was after World War II, wasn't it? Ain't that the one with Hitler?
Yeah, I want to say late 40s, early 50s paperclip.
I think it
Something
was
like
late
that
40s.
sounds right.
Okay, so I think that's when they came up with the needle. Because they was doing that, Hitler and them was doing that to their own people. That's why they knew about twins and all kind of other stuff. Like they doing these experiments to see if they can make super soldiers.
Yep,
So,
they were in. Yep.
So I think they was the first ones that found out about the baby thing. My opinion.
My opinion too. And in the 30s, you know, they were already into the early 40s. They were experimenting with time machines and all that shit. And that's why after the war, you know, we scooped up all their scientists and shit and gave them safe haven over here to come work for the man.
And then when did CERN get made? Because CERN would be when they came over here, right?
CERN.
Yeah.
Because CERN take them back in the future. You know what I'm saying? I mean, CERN is taking them back in the past. You know what I'm saying? CERN is the reason they is in this time loop. In my opinion, I think that CERN colliding these atoms together found a way to open up portals to go back in time.
Oh man, that's
and
heavy.
I think they had went back in time. That's why we got the Mandela effect. That's why you got the fact that he did die in jail, but in our reality, he didn't die in jail.
Yeah,
we can go down the list.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on that.
Have you guys heard about those old books that talk about the last president or like the adventures of Barry and Trump and stuff, where they have like they even have a character with the name Pence in there and everything, and it's like they're old books.
Facts. That's why I said that Trump was a time traveler.
I find it kind of funny though, because you know, even was it Trump's uncle or someone related to him got the Tesla papers.
Yes, his grandpa.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go, the grandpa. So that's why I think something definitely up a time in there.
So
that's why I said he's a time traveler.
Yeah. Well,
You know what, 420? I think they're like 2 or 3 birds with one stone with that CERN thing, though. I think that CERN thing is also more demons.
They trying to do that too.
Yeah.
There was the real initial. There was a real reason why they was banging them atoms together was to get to that other dimension where these monsters and aliens and stuff is. That was a purpose of doing it. But then they figured out, hey, we can go back in time.
Make them come here while they go there. Type shit. Make them spirits come to corrupt here and they leave and go somewhere.
And not only in different realms, they were traveling, trying to get inside the hollow earth and shit for shit from way back.
I think it's shit inside the earth, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think where they say hollow earth is, I think that's where these extracurricular beings is at. Because I don't think the spiritual realm that you go to when you die is on this earth. I think it is, but it's not. Different dimension. You can see stuff, but you can't interact with them because they spirits now.
Different dimensions.
You know what I'm saying? Right. But they still can see you and they in the same realm, but they not really in your realm. So I feel like in this realm that we in, it's a hollow earth. And that's where you got these little weird, you call aliens, reptilians, all that. It's under there kicking it.
There's giants down there too and little people. You know.
There's giants in the ocean sleeping. There's giants in the Amazon. You just ain't seen them.
Yep.
When it come time for them to wake up, roar, you can be like, oh my goodness.
All right.
I know it was a giant right there. Like a giant was there.
Yeah.
Land animal, land and water creatures.
Like tall. Like the Empire State Building and shit.
And look, that's why the ocean is so deep. Why you think deep down in the ocean they can't go?
Check it out, 420. Have you ever
seen shit down there?
Seen any type of footage or documents? They're probably gone now. They're probably taken down, but there was scuba divers that went like the depths to like the floor of the ocean. You know, they seen it's like a barrier, and under that barrier is another body of water.
I believe you. Matter of fact, I just heard about that on Knowledge's panel. He was talking about they got a river inside the ocean.
It's like a firmament in the ocean. Another firmament.
Under a layer.
It's like glass. It's see-through. It's like a layer of like I don't know what it's made out of, but it's like bouncy. It's like it's just like the sky.
Just like the sky.
Right.
Yeah.
So that proves that we inside of like a inside a dome type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So all this time we've been looking at snow globes. That might have been actually what your world looked like.
And in and out of them different dimensions, depending on what your level is.
Right.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere now, because you see when they dig up civilizations that's buried under us, we're walking over buildings and structures that's way under the ground. You see when they dig up, you see old civilizations. I would be surprised if under those old civilizations there's actually other civilizations that those civilizations used to walk on once upon a time.
Right. I mean, I feel like if they really dug up all the bones, you have so many bones in this earth, it'd be crazy.
Y'all probably heard this story, but during World War II and just after, so we're talking like 46, 47, 48, there was a pilot. There's some people that knew about these big openings into the hollow earth. They're massive. Some are small, some are massive, but he took a biplane. He took his plane into this hole. He reported back. He was to his general, about what went down and whatnot. And he said, make sure, you do not repeat this to anyone. And he kept delving into it. Finally, he got shut down. He didn't get taken out, but he seen some. I don't know his name off the top of my dome, but I'll get the research together, and this is all documented. So, but I just wanted to get on that right quick.
Right. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Make this go viral in the building.
Peace, sis.
Man, it's wild, man. And it's like at the end of the day, we understand that it's deeper than just this civilization. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't just Americans, it ain't just humans. There's other things out there other than humans. Whether people want to believe it or not. The Bible tells us we was the baby creation. Right? Why would it tell us we was the baby creation if it's not trying to tell us there was other creations that was made? They wasn't made like us.
I don't mean to interrupt, but one of our panelists got put down, and he wants to come back up. So
who is it?
No, I'm back in. And I don't know why the thing kicked me out, but I'm back. Thank you though.
Okay, word.
Oh yeah, they do be happening sometimes. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you don't pay attention to that chat thing down there, somebody be sitting right there for the longest. I done it before too. I be like, my bad, man. I really didn't. I didn't even look at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I said, it's set up for you not to look at the actual thing, which is your spirit. I feel like that's what the Matrix was trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? To look at your spirit. Because we look so much in the flesh, what you look like, what you get, that we can't understand that it's all a mirage. They fooling you. All this stuff you looking at that you think you need, you don't need. You don't need it. You just get it to keep up with the Joneses.
Yo, I'm going to show you exactly why.
And then the media keeps telling you need this, you need that, and you go chasing after it because you brainwashed into thinking you need it.
The low vibration, they want you to stay in a vibrational state while they fucking feed off your vibration, keep theirs at a certain level. They can't go too high of their nature. Their acidic nature. So they want to keep you lower than them. And they're already low as fuck. They're high vibrational within the low zone. Keep you under them, keep you confused. All the emotions that come with low vibrational energy. Keep you looking at the physical, like the war on race and all the stuff, while they excel in the things that you're supposed to have.
And Brother Pre, I mean, to be real, I'm not trying to hold on to this temporary vessel I'm in.
Right. You have to
I
have
done
that
been
mind frame of,
I done been ready. You know, I ain't give up on shit, but you know, at the same time, I've been ready. I ain't, you know, purposely trying to foul my vessel up, but this vessel been through so much trauma and surgery and whatnot. Like, yeah, some cats had enough. You know, is some of us is ready, and that's why you know you can't play into that fear shit. You
the
can't be
duality
afraid.
part of that. The duality part is right what you said, where you hold on to this world, be of the
Mhm.
not be in the world, but not of it. At the same time, you can't be those people that say, "I can't wait for the return," or for something to change. Like, for example, the return, because it's going to be that pretty.
Right.
So it said you have to have a balance within those two things. That's the duality part.
Yes, it is.
I
You
kind
can't
of
be
want to add
too
something
anxious
about.
for change, and you can't be too stuck for no change.
Go ahead,
Right?
Sage,
You see how
please.
that works?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Pre.
Bro, regarding the whole duality aspect of it, with they're at a low vibrational level, but you're saying, but they're vibrating high because they're existent in that side of the spectrum. We have that whole duality aspect. Okay, that's why we are affected by positive, negative, and But yeah, they're on a high negative because that's all they can be.
Right.
There is no positivity in them.
High.
So yeah,
You
high
get what you
negative.
said, but right?
Facts.
Because you see the positive. Say you go on 0, right? You're going up the negative scale to 9, and you go down the negative scale to 9 on the minus side. So they're the minus, but all the way to the 9. So they're high within the negative side.
Right.
Yeah, like that number
See?
line. You got the 0, and then you go into the negatives, but
You're
To
right.
the
same
negative
number.
power. So that's 18 degrees separated from where we are, I believe. 18
Oh, 18
degrees.
makes 9, right?
Yeah,
There
9.
you,
There you go.
there you go, man.
It always comes back to 9. It always comes
Yeah.
back to 9.
And
Yo,
some math and some common sense, man.
right?
Hey,
Yeah.
I was gonna answer my good sis, make this go viral. Uh, we didn't teach them racism. If I want to go biblical with it, racism came from when Rebecca had Jacob and Esau, and Jacob got the blessing and Esau didn't, and he vowed that he was gonna kill all of Jacob's people. And Esau was the beginning of the Caucasian race, which turned into Edomite, I think. So that's where racism actually started from, in my opinion, because he vowed to kill all his brothers off, which was black people. And Jacob was, the beginning of the black race. Not the beginning, but he kept the black race going. Because we was
And I,
already around before
word.
he was born.
And I would
So,
defer a lot of that to you because, you know, that's you, man. I mean,
right.
Aside from that,
yeah, I
I
would.
think it gets deeper. I think racism it roots from speciesism. I don't even know if that's a word, but like prior to that, there's different species, different creations, and they
Right.
obviously might have that whole like, oh, we're better than that. And then so when they start crossing, now we got all different kinds of entities here on the planet, and
Well,
just because we look like each other, and we start, how do we differentiate? Oh, we start talking about the thick skin tone. So then,
that's real right there.
Well, that's real too, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's say that there. That's real because
But see,
you really think about
I
it.
said it like that.
They show you.
I said it like that because Esau's a spirit now. You know what I'm saying? Like when Esau
Right.
passed away, that hate that he had, it still
Mhm.
goes into Caucasians to this day. And they
Right.
still don't know why they don't like black folks like that because it's embedded in you through the spirit of your great 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 ancestor.
And you know what's a trip 420?
Mm-hmm.
I get the worst. The worst of it is from them the pinky, you know, the real, you know, we rocking that, you know, this is about America type shit. I get it from that crowd, man, and You know, since I was little, there was all kinds of people on my street. I mean, man, come on.
For
I don't know
real,
what.
like I say, look, they ain't just racist towards black people. They racist towards other Caucasians that
Oh
like black
man,
people. So it
for
ain't
real.
just black people. They don't like their own kind that like black people.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I can't change how I came up. I can't change who I am. I ain't changing for shit. This is what it
Right.
is what it's always been, man.
Man, my wife just like that. I promise you, man. Like she got a black soul. I think. Like they look at her sideways all the time.
Oh man, I see their horns. I see their horns, bro. Yeah,
I be like, it makes no damn sense.
they stick out, man.
Well, say
They stick. No, I feel that too, Pre.
Say the creatures that was here before, those people of the top, they're human. They have those creature spirits in them. Because those creatures are in the spirit form in the host.
Right, because we're ancestors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want y'all just to know my philosophy on this, because I'm just different this kind of way. It's so simple, man. It's like, I feel like when all this was one rock and all connected, we was all descended from Africa, the same place. And when the plates started getting, you know, broke off from water and, you know, people got separated, well, you know, them real dark brothers way out in Australia, the Aborigines and whatnot, you know,
Yeah.
they stayed in
Australia.
They stayed in that hot climate, you know, but you know, I'm talking over a couple thousand years, you know, and back.
Yeah. They still there, ain't they?
Well, not only that, but look what happened to, you know, these so-called Europeans that think they control all of this and then steal all this knowledge, right?
Right.
They descended, in my opinion, from the same place. We all came from the same place, but over all this time, they got so used to, you know, not getting enough sun. They're in the cold climates, so they lost all the melanation that they might have had, you know, way back. So they start creating their own sciences, right? I mean, just for me, that's it. That's how I've always looked at it, man. We all come from the same place.
Yeah, but yeah, that is true. We all do come from the same place. I tell people that, like I said, Rebecca, thank God for Rebecca, that she gave birth to all of us.
Word up.
You know what I'm saying? If she didn't do what she did, and she gave birth to the Iranians too.
Yeah, man.
Because it was her first kid that didn't get the blessing because he had it somewhere. Well, no, she didn't have it. The maid had it. The maid had it, but it came from Abraham. No.
I'll tell you all, like my brothers for real. I got brothers and sisters all over this world, and they know it too.
Well, and I don't like to forget about Noah's story. 3 brothers. Remember, he had 3 sons: Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Right.
You have some people that would say if we go to the 12 tribes of Israel, they're from the Shemites, right? Shem. Some would say the Japheth were the Europeans.
No, the Japheth was the Asians.
Oh, right. Asians are, you know, like, for example, the modern day, they mix too. Russians are mixing between the Asian and Caucasian, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And then he had Ham, right? The one had the black races, like the Kushites, Put and Canaanites, and
Ethiopians and stuff.
Ethiopians, right? Somalians, and, you know.
But see, if you add up all the races that came out through the Bible, if you think about it, it describes every race we got out right now.
Right.
Because it describes them as nations, not as individuals. So us as Hebrews, we are a nation, not 12 separate nations. We're one nation. But people don't want to fall under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
On the 5s, though. Yeah, like
what they say in Latin, like Hispanic is closely related to like
Hmm.
Negro.
Yeah, because they in the same bloodline.
Right.
We're one fam all across this land until the mountains turn to sand. Sand.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got that
I mean, as
freestyle
long as
flow.
look, as long as you human, we all part of the same civilization, but we do have different divisions. That's all it is.
And a lot
That's
of that
it.
is so plastic. It's so manufactured. It's just been beaten into people's heads for hundreds and thousands of years, all this separation, right?
Right.
You know, I don't get why so many people in this world fell into that trap.
You know what I think it is? I think the enemy told them to fall into the trap. Because I think God told us about the divisions and who we was, not to make us fight against each other, but
Oh,
to
no
let us know we
question.
all family, but we have different traits that you can't stop. As a Hebrew Israelite and as whatever you is, you gonna
Yeah.
have certain things that you gonna do that's gonna be different than other nations because we got different stuff that we do.
Well, I took the best from what I thought was the best schools, but I learned some things from the Moors and the Wabians, and I'm not going to box myself in, but I'm just saying, as just a student of life, I take a little pieces of all that, and then when I think about it, it's like it's so simple. Why can't the majority tap into that just simple common sense
Man,
type
bro, I
thinking?
say that shit all the time. When I tell these stories about the Bible and people be like, I still don't get it. I be like, I don't see how.
I
Because
know,
I
You know
just
right?
what?
broke it down to you, literally.
Yeah.
I think that goes back to the whole what Pre was saying about entities coming in our vessels, being born into this planet without not naturally being here. They don't
Without a
have that
soul.
ability to spark that in themselves. Like they're just going to. They can't.
Man, that's
And the
sad
good
to
book
me,
tells us
man.
not everybody got a soul.
Yeah,
Mm,
exactly.
yeah.
This is a little bit off topic, but this thought that came into my brain. You know how they say first was the word, and how God is the vibration. That's the most high. That's everything. But if sound equals vibration, and the opposer and they call that the principalities of air. Well, isn't the air and the vibration the same thing?
So I'm gonna be real with you. What I think people got it twisted is they think that when he say the word, he was just talking and that's it. What he's saying is the word. He makes it happen through him talking. So his word is action. It's not just words.
Right.
When he say, "Hey man, I want some land right there," it's gonna be there. Bam.
Yeah.
And he don't just do it by himself. Yeshaya, which is his son, his spirit been around since day one. It didn't just come when he came down here and died. It been
Word.
around.
Right. He
The heck?
So
says
he
he
been
says that I
there.
am the Alpha and the Omega. So
Right. That's why they say, make God in our image. Because they talking about the Holy Spirit too, which is the feminine energy. Then you got God, which is the masculine energy. Then you got the Son, which is the sun energy. But what people don't get is they're really showing you a family. You know what I'm saying? A mother, a father, and a son. They're showing you a
wow, you just
family.
spark some
That's why I
knowledge
rock with
itself,
nature.
and
Yep.
Real talk. They showing you a family, but they don't want you to. They want to say, "Oh, well, they homosexuals," because they want to put the man running this and the man running that. But keep it 5,000 with you. The man is the man that's running the stuff. Because when they took the man at the household, look what happened. Look what happened. Look at the generation we got now, and the generation after that is the generation that really did not have a mom. I mean, they really didn't have a daddy. So we stronger than what people want to say.
well, even
You
the
know what I'm
people pulling the
saying?
strings, like in low income houses and stuff like that. They want the dad out because look, your children get more money if the dad's not even around. So the
Yeah. I
mom
came up in
dad out and shit.
shit. I came up in Section 8, man. A little before 8 years old. I mean, I guess what I'm saying on that point is I was forced to be the man of the house at too early of an age. But I took it on, like I embraced it. I had two young sisters to look out for. Maybe that's where, a lot of my strength came into play. A lot of us had to grow up way before our time.
why it's that
Facts.
humility.
I mean, right on this panel, I know.
Yeah.
Some of, yep.
I mean,
Next.
I can't sit up here and say my mama wasn't there because she was. My daddy wasn't really there like that. But as far as growing up fast, you got to in the hood. I don't know about nobody else, but just to keep up, because I was in the ghetto. Like, if you come to the east side of Oklahoma City, you know what I'm talking about. Shit is bad. It's still bad now. But it was even worse then because we had gangs popping tough. Like, this when gangs just started, colors came through Oklahoma, and it was just like everybody was blood, Crip. You was some kind of gang.
Was that in the 80s?
Hood,
Was that
Yep.
in the 80s? Yeah.
mm-hmm.
That's
I
when
was
it
born
came.
in '83.
Yeah. That's when it came through. I remember it came through like in a wave, real big wave, 86, 87, and most definitely 80, 88.
Oh yeah, '88 it was popping.
Yep. 88 was just, it turned everything down, man. You know,
So look, if you've been to California, it's up. You seen it strip.
be more, you all right? Yeah.
My bad, man. My bad. That was at Rolex OG.
No,
That
yeah.
shit is hidden. Woo! But anyway, if you was in Cali like in the '80s and shit like that, that's
Right.
how Oklahoma used to be, and still lightweight like that. I'm talking about that gang life. Now
Yeah.
some people got some gangs. We had every motherfucking gang you can think of.
Yeah.
Bloods, Crips, GDs, Vice Lords, P-Stone, Aladdin
Yeah.
Kings. I can go down the list. They all MS-13
Yeah.
right here in Oklahoma.
Norteños, Sureños, all that. Yeah, we had
They
the
got a
same.
whole South Side down there, and them Mexicans will eat your ass up.
Yep. It was
For
the
real.
same in Denver, man. Same thing happened. That big wave came and just, there was already old school shit there, I'm saying, but that big wave just came in. And to this day, Denver is like a little LA, but it's not so little anymore. It's like LA.
Shit goes down out there.
Yeah.
Colorado.
But see, it's like I always say, bro. I think God tells us we learned about Jacob and Esau for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that story that he told us, which I feel like is real, but he told us that because there's two different types of people. You can be Esau or you can be Jacob. Jacob didn't vow to kill his brother off. He was still rocking with his brother.
Right.
Esau was the one that was like, I'm going to kill my brother off. So I feel like at the end of the day, blacks and whites are brothers and sisters. But you can take the Esau spirit or you can take the Jacob spirit.
That's well
you can
put.
want to kill your brother or you can want to, build with your brother.
Build, yep. I
feel like you got two different types of people, period. You know what I'm saying? As far as when it comes to that.
And it's it's that cut and dry, man. It's that simple, man.
You got Jews and Gentiles.
That too. And I mean, we got all these different separations, but they really not separations. It's just telling you who you are. Not a separation. Just like I can say, okay, I love my race. That don't mean that I don't love your race. That's just saying I love myself. And I love you too. But you gotta love yourself to love the next person. Right. You can't sit up there and say I hate myself, but I love you.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah. It's just like politics, we both have a little bit of each side in there, but they make us two sides like, you're either all this or all that. And that's the division. They make what they have to make us choose.
Keep it purple, man. You gotta blend the two main colors, man.
Red and blue, purple.
There's a reason why it says love your enemies. Now people can't do that. If you understand love is one of the highest vibrations.
Yes, it is.
Keep in mind, why does the purple represent Jesus as well, or Christ? It's purple is both his divinity. You knew that.
You know what the funny thing is? The love is just one of the highest human vibrations that he can understand. This vibration way higher than love, but they're heavenly vibrations. That's the purple spectrum, right?
Right.
People are so naive, their brain get around that yet. They're not meant for that yet.
Right.
We're still in elementary school in this game of life, Realms.
Well, we gotta grind it out, man.
But you know what I think, bro? I think we was taught love wrong all growing up. Because if you think about it, Valentine's Day is always known as the love day or whatever, and it's always involved with you giving a card to a female or a male, and it's almost on like some kind of flirtatious type stuff, even as a young kid. But it's teaching you that love is love amongst like a sexual kind of love. And what people don't get is love ain't just always sexual. You know, you can love somebody and not want to have sex with them,
Oh, facts, man.
but they
That's
teach you love wrong.
right.
And every time you hear it, you think, oh, it's about somebody just get it on. You love them, but that's not really real.
Well,
Love has all kind of different definitions.
I actually believe they
You
teach it
bring
wrong
kids
on
into this
purpose
world.
because of
A
the sexual
lot of
energy
kids are brought into this
that
world.
this world
Yeah.
that runs with, So they teach us love them so they can feed off that energy when everybody's all corrupted and going down that wrong path.
Well, check this out. Most people are being born out of fucking not making love. When you're born off a low
Facts.
vibrational sex, how you think the product is going to turn out? Which kid, what you produce, which wasn't love. It was out of lust. You produced a kid. Now the kids were born out of lust instead of love.
and why are they always
Because
popping
we got
bottles in the strip
population.
club, man? I mean, that they know they ain't gonna find love up in that joint.
Right. They just trying to find 2 or 3 hours of fun.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably not even that.
yep. If that, yeah,
Oh, me. Some of them is
Living
just
for the moment.
pump and dumping.
yep. So I
Living for the moment. Costing your whole life of hurt after that.
yeah. Those
Fuck
are,
up one
yeah,
time,
that's the
cost your whole life.
type of shit that keep either them coming back or they're just not wanting to let go of this earth plane. These earthly things, these earthly desires and all that jazz.
Yeah.
But you know, that's
Live
like
too
one of
much
the
for the
hardest things to do.
Oh, it's hard, man. For all of us. But keep grinding. Shoot.
That's all you can.
Facts.
I know we ain't all perfect up here, that's for damn sure. But we grinding.
It's
And
possible.
then to
It's
answer,
possible.
make this go viral's other question: why are we so hated? We're so hated because they know we the chosen people, and all the other races hate us because they know who we are, but we don't know who we are. They want our place, and they can't get our place, and that's
You
why
think?
what I'm saying the Hebrew Israelites period are the most hated, not just blacks. The Hebrew Israelites period are the most hated. All of us. They don't like now one of us really, but they really hate us because Yeshaya came from us. Well, came out of our bloodline. So if you part of tribe Judah,
420.
that's where Yeshaya came from, and you have the blood of a king.
Hey, yo,
Real
what's
shit.
up,
420 though.
motherfuckers?
Kill a million.
What up with you?
Oh,
Hey,
what up?
yo, what you doing, guys? What speech you have? I just saw Preet.
We talking all kind of shit. We going off the top, random couple different
Right.
topics.
Anything. Freestyle.
Alright.
Yeah.
How's your
What's
day?
on your mind?
Right now,
How's your weekend been going so far?
it was cool. It just rained here. It's like a storm here, and nothing special.
Yo, Kill Miller, they're fucking like 6 hours ahead of us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's like afternoon for you.
I just eat a lunch, and now I see you guys on YouTube. Is this on YouTube? Because Preet just
Yeah.
show me your live, and then I hook in. So what you doing, guys? You don't sleep in, you just hanging here on YouTube live. Where is the woman? Why
You
only
might as well.
man?
This is the God Squad, but the queens are always welcome here. We need y'all.
Hold on. You said is the gods and the queen.
We're all the
Yes.
gods.
No, the gods and goddess.
I'm saying
It is big.
you're up here. Anything you want to talk about?
Anything. Let's talk about sex. I joking. Let's
No.
talk about music. So how far you guys are with music? I see Sage, but I see now that Sage don't talking. But I hear the track with Sage and Pri.
Yeah, they're incredible.
Serious beats.
Yeah.
I even know you. What you doing? You doing the beats?
Musically, what do I do?
Yes.
To me, it's real spiritual and kind of private, but you know, I DJ.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I've been with hip hop
Used to make beats
ever
too.
since
He
I
used
was
to
a
make
baby.
beats too.
And now you
His
are
business
a
has a
grow
catalog
baby.
of beats.
Yeah, I used to rock beats.
Good stuff. So
He's an
you
undercover
freestyling?
producer.
So do you freestyling too?
You catch that, Pri? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
If you
She said
scratching,
freestyle.
I mean scratching.
Yeah, all
Scratching,
that.
he's scratching records.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does
scratching with
that.
turntable.
Yeah, I love to cut it up on real vinyl. I don't mess with no programs or no. I'm a analog cat when it comes to the.
You are
so
a
you a real
real
DJ.
yes.
Yeah,
It's
old
all
school
vinyl. Yeah,
records.
records.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Killer Miller
it's-
likes that type of shit.
Oh, for real?
Records. Yeah,
I
Cool.
love
she
that.
raps and shit too.
Oh yeah, I did check out one of her videos. She's very talented, man.
Me and Killer Miller
A
have a
video?
track
I
together
don't
too.
have
We have a
video.
new one coming out.
I don't do videos because
Okay.
because music is for listen, not for watching. Because you know that a lot of people today, this what they rapping, then it's not the same because they rapping and
Oh,
the video shows something other. I think. I mean, if I said right, but fuck videos.
You know, she likes
Only
the traditional hip hop.
yeah. That's what's up.
thank you, Pri.
Real
You have.
hip hop.
So what's
Hey,
up,
Pri, you
Pri?
Killer
can't
Miller
play
likes
nothing, bro.
the new age. Say that
You
again,
can't play
420.
nothing.
What?
Can you play some of my music?
Killer Miller.
What, Pri?
You're gonna have to walk me through this screen.
Oh, you don't know how to do the screen share thing?
No. What?
I feel you.
He want me that I screen myself?
No. Priya had to do it. Like it's a way you can share like YouTube videos and stuff on there, and like put us on the side, and the YouTube video will be big. You might not know how to do it. Some people do. I don't know how to do it. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie to you.
we could be playing your favorite song right now from the old school.
Right. I mean, because I rap too. I got a couple tracks on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I'm a cold ass MC from the 405.
Word up.
There's a lot of producers in there.
And I got freestyle. I ain't gotta just write it down. Like off the lid, I eat a motherfucker up.
That's what's up.
On me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we pretty much all do music here. Right? You know, my shit is a little very hardcore type, underground, temperament type rap. You know? So still hip hop.
Yeah, I heard you going in before.
Oh, Killer.
He's all
Killer Miller, I
out,
forgot
bro.
to tell you. I had heard your song Strangulation, I think it was called, yesterday. That was really good. Really like that.
I'm trying to hear something from her though. That's why I said something.
Yeah, I heard one of her joints, man. And it was good.
It's my first time meeting her. How you doing?
Yeah. My first time talking with her too, man. Calamella, you in the building?
She done passed out on us.
All right.
Got that food coma from lunch.
That's all good.
Deep stuff, man. Because it goes in. So 420, what do you rock with more? Like in the beginning when it said you have two different factions of the beginning, like where man came from. Yes, some people believe they have different doctrines as far as when let us make man in our image. You see how he broke it down with the Trinity, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. And then some people would say that it says let us make man in our image. They talk about the fallen angels that created also.
Right. Yeah, they
it's like
I mean you had two different sets of fallen angels though. So you had like the last set that made Nephilim. But no, that wasn't even the last set. I think that was because I'm having a division on when Lucifer was cast down to earth. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think he was no, he had to been cast down before. Okay, so yeah, the Nephilims would have to been the last one because he had to been cast down before the other angels came down because he wouldn't bow down to men. So within 6,000 after God created the earth, the devil must have got banished down.
Yeah,
but I don't think the devil convinced her about eating an apple because they said it was a reptilian that did it. So I don't think the devil did that because whoever did it, they was gonna have to crawl on their belly for the rest of their eternity. So the devil was still walking upright. He ain't crawling on his belly. So I don't think it was him.
Right.
And then after that, you had they came down and made it with women and made these big ass giants that God had to flood the earth and kill them all off. So yeah, I say the second dropping would have been the last one. From what we know. Because who knows that if other angels ain't came down here and did the same shit. We ain't got no right now, Bible.
That said that last time I think you said you believe they made it with the serpent, they crossed.
You think the angels made it with the serpents?
Yeah. Because that kind of would make sense as well of why those entities were sexual beings. So you know that's just part of also that type of energy that they feed off of.
Yeah. Could be. They could have made it with a lot of different things other than just humans. They could have been hitting everything that was moving.
Yeah, going way back, you know, that's ancient, man. Real ancient.
Right.
That's why I also believe like the serpent must have been probably the part of the normal race, if they're correct, and well, you know what people say about them being who they are. Sort of
I think they was big ass lizard people. Like on still to this day, feel like they just big ass lizard people. Like they walk like humans and they look like lizards.
Still shape shifting and shit.
Yep. That whole 9 yards. I feel like they know how to do that. Like they got powers we don't have, but we got powers, but we don't know how to tap into them because we block ourselves from tapping into that power. It ain't them.
I
we
feel
got people that's up above that's fucking your head up and now you can't do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But they know what to do.
Yep, but you know, there's some of us cats, you know, that always got that armor on, that spiritual man armor, bro, and I think most of that shit, it just repels off. It can't fuck with it. Can't fuck with us, man.
Right. You're right. That's why they say you have a personal relationship with God. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not for everybody. You know what you can take. You know what you can go through. You know what you believe. You ain't
I
gotta
know.
let the next person stir you.
Yeah. But, I've been through hell and back many times. I've been declared, flatline a couple times. For some reason, I'm still here.
He was in the army too.
Well, yeah, not only that, but, I was just in one event. They brought me back twice. And I went back, after I had that episode, this, oh, shit, heavy shit come on me, man. And I went back about 2.5 weeks later, and I literally cried in front of them nurses and thanked them for saving my life twice in the same day. In ICU, there's reasons.
Thank God.
Yes, sir.
For me, everybody got I took like almost 50 some Tylenol PMs and I almost died. And I thank God that I'm still here because, man, I wasn't supposed to be here. But I guess I was because I'm still here. But,
Yep. It's still here.
I try to take it myself. And I understand you shouldn't do that now. But, at the time, it was something totally different.
Right.
I think, honestly, a lot of cats, we dabbled or danced with death. And I think us not being afraid of that is kind of like woke us up. Obviously, not all of us, go down that path, but I feel from that state of, we died and then we came back, we woke up, we woke ourselves up.
That's a saying when we die here on this earth, the ones that die, they wake up, right? You're really waking up. Or when you go to sleep, you're really waking up.
Yeah, it's like going to sleep to wake up.
I mean, that deep sleep, that shit you don't wake up from, then you're like free from your vessel, this temporary vessel, man. I feel you, Pre. I feel you on that.
Well, it put a lot of elaboration for me. When I go into that stuff, I go on like an hour because there's so much to break down. Because like not everybody shares the same heaven. The ones
Right.
that, because heavens is plural, right? I don't one thing. It's different.
What
like
about seventh heaven? What do you mean to you? Do you guys know anything on that?
Seventh heaven? Yeah, I've heard about it.
When I go into the seven heavens, remember, I go into the candle. Remember, because even
you talking about the show?
The candle being moved. Right?
No, I just mean like the term. I know. I've heard it.
Different levels of heaven, just like there's all them different levels of purgatory and all that kind of jive,
Yeah, I never heard of different levels of heaven.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I always heard of just heaven.
You were saying like in the menorah, right? The one where it deals with each candle and the tribes and the planets.
Yeah, the luminaries and the planets. It's a lot of shit to break down.
Yeah, it is. It's deep, and I don't like to use that word purgatory because that kind of sounds like Catholicism or some shit. I don't rock like that, man.
But see, that's why I feel like you shouldn't really be talking to spirits like that, because I feel like the people, when they die, they go into what you would call, not to say the word again, purgatory. We're going to say the waiting room. And I feel like they're in the waiting room. And then when they wake up at the waiting room, the guy that's going to be here to judge everybody. Like, they don't really know what's going on right now. We just think they do. They in sleep. They went to sleep, and they're going to wake up, and then he's going to be here to judge everybody.
And we see it all over the place, wake up, people, and this and that. Like, I mean, we're for real. Like, please, if something spark your brain or something like little light, just you get a quick thought, that intuition type, real good vibe, act on it or do something about it right away. Like, that's your plug. I mean, that's, I'm just trying to speak to anyone out there. If you get that heavy intuition about it, trust that always first, because that's the universe, that's all nature, that's all this heavy stuff talking to you. That's yourself. That's yourself, you know. You
Yeah.
gotta build with, like you said, build with yourself first, and then you could love everyone.
It's like looking inward, man. You gotta trust your heart, follow your gut, and discern with your mind. Just all three aspects.
Oh, me,
The three
Street Famous
brains.
TV, what up, bro?
Street Famous TV.
Let me see you rocking the East too. Oh, me, shouts out to the East Side.
Yeah, it was East Side, man. In my day too.
Oh, me, born and raised, man.
I always rock the East Side, man.
But you know, I got love for the South Side too. I ain't gonna lie to you. We did a lot of dirt on the South Side. A lot of dirt on the South Side, oh
Oh
mama.
man, for
But I
me, I
would never
love.
tell.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Back in the day, the old school, the West Side was good because they had the old, you know, old good house parties, man. Everybody was cool until maybe some joker from the wrong side of town or something says something wrong. Then the whole street is full of brawling, you know. Before the GAT days, you know, that was before the GATs was just spraying up shit, you know. Man, I miss them days, you know, for real. Like, was it who was touching on this, man? When you come out the womb is when you're your purest form. I think that was you, 420. And then, you know, over
Yeah,
time we put toxins into our body and whatnot. We get separated from that original blood, that original.
right.
Yeah, I thought that was you, man. I mean,
Yeah,
that resonated with me, man.
real talk. And that's why you think babies are so innocent and they can see ghosts. They can see stuff that you can't see
Oh yeah,
because you
More
you you
connected
lost from
spiritually.
that part of your life. Your
Yeah.
brain. Matter of fact, you lost from that side of your brain because they hit you
right.
with so much shit growing up, and all these damn look. They spraying chemicals in the air. You eating food that ain't right for you. Your brain ain't developing right. And babies with that little bit of brain they got is pure. It's natural. It ain't jumped out here and got all these sins on this build already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By
they're
the time you
connected
get 20,
spiritually.
man, you done did all kind of stuff.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
lose that
That,
spiritual connection, man. As time goes, as you age, it's artificial world, it's systematic world. Start losing your spiritual connection that you used to have, that you once had as a kid. I mean, it's very important to stay full no matter how old you get, you know?
and that's universal, man. Like us with the basketball talks, our passion for basketball, our passion for hip hop, underground, organic hip hop, you know, all that.
Yeah.
Like that never leaves us, man. Those are the nutrients. Those are some of the nutrients, bro.
No, I say, man, some people get to an age now and they start thinking that they're too old to do this, they're too old to do a lot of things that they used to do when they're younger, you know, and knowing it's very important to maintain what you used to do, you know, physically, what you used to be able to, you know.
Yeah, to me though, that kind of stuff, man, that's all spiritual vitamins, man, you know.
You know,
Well, like you were saying, nurturing your nature, your nature.
Yeah, I love saying that. Nurture your nature. Whatever your nature is, nurture it. If it's on the positive A tip.
yeah, it's like nurturing your
And
plant.
even if on the negative aspect of it, I mean, there's a way to
That's true,
transmute
Sage.
it, turn your negative into a positive, and you know,
That's
nurture
so
that
true.
nature. That
That's so true. Because I wasn't always like this. I was doing some foul back in the day, man. I didn't care about who I was hurting. Uh, Ultimately, I was hurting myself, and something along the way just snapped. You know, like it woke up. I woke up. I got hip.
Hmm. what do you think was the thing that kicked in? What snapped to make you wake up? What do you think? What was the thing that kick-started your awakening?
And that's the hard part, man. I can't fully put a timestamp on it or a year. You know, oh well, I kind of can. It was around 1988, 89. Definitely like just before 90 hit was like my special chance, my one chance to do things different. And I took that option, even though it was a harder road, way harder. I thought, this is my only option. So that's when I had to, you know, get in that camouflage and go do that.
You see how you have to really go down under from the bottom, which is, if you look on the scale, acidic is under, line is above, neutral is in between. You see how you have to start from the ground up in order to better yourself? It takes you to crash the lowest point in order to get some awakening. In a lot of the chosen people's case, a lot of special people that change for the better, in their case, they used to live a certain lifestyle. They had to hit rock bottom in order to have an awakening for the
Well,
better.
I have to tell you this, Pri, and I might have said this before, but this was my choice. The judge said, you know that, back in the day when you was young, that maximum joint you had to go visit on that that little thing, and
That Scared Straight.
yeah, I did that one, in the 80s, man, and it was no joke then. But he said, you remember that place? I'm like, of course. He said, well, if I see you again, that's where you're going. No questions. I don't want to hear nothing from you. Or I could get you, into the Army. So I thought about it, and it was an easy choice, but to do it and walk that road for so long was hard, but it was so good, man. It saved my life.
Well, be real with you, me personally, it was like 2009, because it was like 2010, because Obama was president in 2008, I believe, right? 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. So it had been like 2010. My cousin slid me this CD of the Zionite Project. Now, the beginning of it, I didn't like it. I was like, yeah, you ain't need to tell me about the Bible. I'm good. So I got past that part. And then the next two parts was about 9/11 and the central bank. And I knew nothing about it. I mean, I knew about 9/11 because I looked into it, but, I didn't thoroughly look into it that much until I saw that video. And I saw that video, I was like, damn, hold on, let me go back and look at this and look at this. So after that video, I was like, man, what's all kind of knowledge out here I ain't got? So I started getting on YouTube, went to the library, rented a couple books. I got the Quran, the 1611 Bible, some other stuff on information, and was just reading and shit and looking at YouTube. And I did that for a couple years. And that's basically how I got to where I was. At first, when I first realized what was going on, I said, I'm going to be a diehard Christian. I'm going to do this Christian thing fully right all the way. I was going to start smoking weed and everything. So then I got to looking at stuff, and I got to researching and found out that the Bible didn't tell you not to smoke weed. So then it took me to a point where I'm like, well, hold up. If the Bible didn't say that and Christianity tell me that, what else do Christianity tell me that the Bible don't say?
Right.
And that's when I started looking that up. Then I got to the point where I was like, hold up, I don't want to be a Christian then. Apparently, we're not supposed to be Christians. They're not even Christians in the Bible. Why would I call myself something that the man that walked this earth didn't call himself that?
That's facts.
So I'm like, hold up, man, I need to reevaluate what I'm doing. And I looked into religions and spiritualities. And for me, Hebrew Israelite seemed more on the key of who I was, what we went through, and what we still go through. It answers every question I've ever asked about why black folks this and why black folks that. I get it now.
Right.
I get it now. I understand. If we was the chosen people and we were supposed to be there, yeah, I'd be mad at me too.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we the big fish on the street. That's why they hate us.
And you, I think I heard you say, but I want to confirm it. You done read, 48 Laws and all that stuff
Oh
too.
yeah. I love that book.
Yeah, I got it
Cause you got
too.
to know what the elites is into. You got to, and then they tell you a whole lot of shit about life, about people. You know what I'm saying? Staying humble, sitting back
Yeah,
and letting somebody else take the whole being the out front. You just be in the back. You ain't gotta be running stuff. Make them think they running stuff,
right.
but you actually running it. This is real life stuff that they do. Look at the world. They got all these leaders out here thinking they running something, but they ain't running nothing. Nothing but they
420,
mouth.
Yeah.
I want to add something I think you might find interesting, and I'm not sure if you know this or not, but I kind of took that same route that you did, delve into to Christianity, and just that's what I felt was like the path. So started reading everything, and everything started kind of making more sense. But the whole wheat thing too, for me, I was like, should I stop? Should I not? I mean, it does have things on it. It helps me. And then so I meditated on it for a while and opened the Bible, and I'll pull up the verse. I don't remember what verse, but I have it written down. And so I'm reading it, and I tend to go back into the Septuagint. I like going back to the Greek and the Arabic, the origins of it, and Hebrew. And I seen there's the word smoking in the verse that I opened up. Took that back, and the word ashen was the Hebrew word for smoking, and the gematria value for that is actually 420. I thought that was kind of a confirmation that, you know what, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Just like anything, too much of anything can be bad as well. It just anybody could be addicted to anything. But yeah, the thing I wanted to say was that whole the word for in Hebrew, Hashem, has 420 gematria value.
That's heavy, bro.
Makes sense.
So I think that's where me originated from originally, not the whole all these different myths and stuff. I think it's gematria value, and people knew that and just lost it along the way, and forgot about it.
And then look, I can go one deeper than that. If you read the Bible, it tell you that God made green bearing herbs, bearing seeds. He didn't say it wasn't weed. But if you look at what weed is a green herb that bears a seed. It grows out the ground just like everything else says. He made that. And it was good. And he said that. You can partake in that. It's good. And then the flood came. And after the flood, guess what happened? He put it right back out there. That's in the Bible too. He put them green bearing seeds back out there. So this goes naturally.
I don't remember which verse it was too, but there was one where they're making I think one of the oils and stuff, or the burn, and they're mixing different things. And one of the in the older Bibles, it has a word. I think it's like cannabism, or cannabis. It basically sounds like cannabis, but it's like a queen, a cane, like a aromatic cane. And also, recently they found some THC burnt with dung in certain temples, in Israel. They were burning that in chambers, animal fats, to release it. They weren't smoking it, but they were breathing it in these chambers and having visions and stuff. And they had it separate, two different altars. And in one they had their myrrh and all these other things they burn, but they had the cannabis one on a separate one. It had its own purpose, I think, because otherwise they would have just been mixing with all the other stuff.
He's getting into some deep thinking, man.
I feel about it. Me already. I was potting for over 20 years straight, every single day, fucking 24/7. I came to a point. You already know my story. It's want to be clear-minded now, right? Not to say it doesn't. It makes you think clearly at a certain point in your life. But I came to a point where I guess I overdid it. Where I just feel like you shouldn't make it dependent on it. You know, be dependent on it in a sense.
Right. We shouldn't be dependent on anything. We should be able to extract all the energy from inside. The Most High gave us that spark, so it should all come out of that. But I don't want to be a hypocrite because I know damn well I'm going to be smoking weed again at some point. But but man, it's a tool. I think it's like
I'm gonna roll up right now. But see, my favorite saying and what I believe in is you got to be able to do without nothing. And what I mean by that is do without nothing. Like if your family left, your girl left, everybody died, you still got to be able to go. You got to be able to do without nothing and still you got to keep that mind frame. And it sounds bad, but you got to keep that mind frame of you can take everything I got right now and I'm still going to keep doing what I'm going to do.
Right. It's like the Most High told Paul, my grace is sufficient. My grace is sufficient.
420, man, to be 100 with that. The closest I got to that, man, was I couldn't have came out of the army with all the shit I did and seen, and then went back to the neighborhood and then seeing how they were shooting up everything, right? So I lost a couple good partners, man, and I had to roll out. I jumped in this old hoopty I had, and I walked away from the car, and I chose to be homeless for like 8 months. But I was still the same guy, and I was more in tune then, like going through it at the time. Like, you're focused. You're just, man. I had some great life lessons taught to me.
You know what, Biz? I think that's sort of like you tear yourself down to build your foundation, from the bottom up and restabilize yourself, like mentally.
But maybe I wasn't consciously knowing that at the time, but it's happened a few times in my life,
Right.
To do that.
If I think the people that are destined to walk a certain path are going to walk that path regardless of whatever they choose. They're going to be pulled that way like a tether, they're light.
Right.
So like it will be subconsciously like that we make these decisions. It's kind of like destiny in a way. But
it's just the natural thing, man, to some of us, just to do different shit.
But something, man, I think when you don't have nothing and you trying to get it, you more hungrier than what you ever been in your whole life. That's why when you see some of these actors, when they do their earlier stuff and they on the circuit, you be like, man, that was a good ass movie. They're a good actor. And then when they make it, you like, just like rappers. Rappers, when they trying to make it, you like, man, that was a hot ass song. Then they make it and you like, because their determination to make it, that ambition leaves sometimes once you have made it and you think you made it and you sitting somewhere comfortably. Now you feel like, hey, I made it. I ain't got to go that hard no more. When that's not true.
That's when you got to.
One thing I learned as a Christian was you never stop growing as a Christian. So I applied that to life. You never stop growing. You become comfortable, you start dying. You stay stagnant. And if knowledge is infinite,
you're not hungry enough.
We just kind of continuously gain knowledge, better ourselves and just expand.
Mm-hmm.
Expand, keep growing. They get too comfortable. They reach their destination point, not knowing just the beginning of a new beginning.
Right. Because if you think about it, think about somebody like J. Cole, bro. Like J. Cole got the lyrics, got the fame to be out there with 15 different chains, a different girl every night. He's able to be out there like that. But he chooses not to be out there like that, and he's just doing regular stuff. So when you hear his music, you still can hear the hunger in him wanting to do something. Now, some of these other rappers is out here dropping music every other week. They out here in these clubs and they fell into the gap. Their music start getting boring. It start getting whack. Like they just selling their name. because the music is garbage now.
That's the difference between plastic rappers and MCs.
Well, another part of that too. I mean, it's like
WAR,
yeah.
bubblegum rappers. No, go ahead, Sage. My bag.
No, I told my mind just went blank. Oh, okay.
And you don't smoke?
No, I smoke occasionally. I'll take like a whole week and I'll smoke weed and start dabbing just like every minute, and then I'll be sober for a bit. I think I like it that way because I feel like, you know, I binge on it for a bit and then just gather a bunch of ideas, and then once I'm sober, like they start, I guess, blooming in a way. I start thinking of things differently, and then if I'm on it though all the time, that like I don't get those thoughts. Like nothing, just constantly. I'm planting seeds, but I'm just watering it, and I'm drowning out thoughts. And I gotta let stuff grow.
Right.
Nurturing your nature.
You still up, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, God.
You know, I like to test the waters now. Sometimes I test myself every now and then. I never used to be able to do it. How long I can go without smoking, or you know, every now and then. That
right
breaking point where it's like, you know, like I gotta have a drink today, smoke today. You know? Fuck that. Get back in the rhythm. But as much as I'm in the rhythm, I gotta always test myself to go without it. You know.
That's good.
I never.
You know me personally.
There was a time,
you know, that's another thing I learned. You know, occasionally just denying yourself things that you can easily just obtain, you start growing a lot more. And I mean, I don't mean that you have to deny it all the time. When you deny it at once, you grow. Your brain grows. Like you gain energy, I guess, in a way, letting you expand, and gain more control over your life.
Mm-hmm.
But you know that's not advice. It's not for everybody. I mean, everybody's different. Just, you know,
I won't lie to you, man.
You know, how we react.
A lot of friends I used to have see it before then, but it's like as soon as I got used to going without now, it's funny when around certain old friends I used to have, and when they have the weed, they get a little ignorant, like they get a little frustrated and shit like that. That lets me know that, you know, they're not working on themselves properly. You know, fuck, you know, they start getting aggravated and they don't have the link right away or this and that. It's like, you know, it's kind of original to me, you know. So I always try and even tell them, like, yo, you gotta tap to that mind. It's like a thing where you don't allow that to your vibration. This guy's not around right now. When it's out there, everything like that.
You gotta control your addiction.
Right. It's like at that point, it's an addiction now, you know, to those guys. It's like, man.
I mean, me personally, I ain't gonna lie. I might get a little aggravated if I ain't smoked or nothing, but it ain't gonna stop what I do and who I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna just all of a sudden have just a terrible attitude to you and curse you out just because I ain't smoked. Nah. But if you do something dumb, I'm gonna tell you about it. Especially if I ain't smoked.
Yep.
Now, if I smoked, I might be a little bit more laid back with it.
Yeah, a little passive.
Yeah, I might let you slide a little bit, but without smoking, my nerves is already fucked up.
Right
I'm
away.
gonna be real with you. It's just like, look, I put it to you like this. Some people take pills to curb their anxiety. I smoke to curb my anxiety. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I need it, but it's just something that I do to calm me down some. You know what I'm saying? To help me out, slow me down so I can think. Because sometimes you get mad And your shit just going,
Yeah.
going. Like I ain't even got time to think right now because I'm mad. Now I'm ready to blow up, pop off. I'm da 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 da. Let me smoke something to calm down, man.
Yeah. That adrenaline be going. Yeah.
It
I'll tell you
do.
something. When I was a Christian, and when I would repent a lot, like of my actions, it would be the most like I could repent and it'd be like, oh damn, that's fucked up, and I'm sorry or whatever. But I noticed the more deep repent I had, the more honest ones, down to my heart, were after I had smoked. In those moments, like I would start, like my mind would break down and start saying like, that was like really fucked up and stuff. You know?
But don't regret your past too much. You know, it made you who you is right now.
Definitely,
All of it, negative and positive. You know.
You see?
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of fucked up shit that has happened in the past, but I wouldn't change any of it because then I wouldn't be who I wouldn't be.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah. Because, you know, asking people if you could go back, would you go back? You know, you have
No,
regrets. Those regrets are what made you who you are, in a sense. You can't. You change. If you change that, you would change the aspect about yourself today. Maybe, right?
yeah,
Could have been
straight talk.
shameful shit, disgraceful, shameful shit that you wish you never did. You're able to learn from that to say, "I'll never do that again." No, you know, there's common sense that you know you'll never do again, even when you used to do stupid shit. But there's certain things, those hard shit that's hard to explain type shit that you did. Like it took that to make you are today. If you were supposed to ask me stories I couldn't explain to you.
Nah, I get it.
A lot of things, man. It's like being a bully. You know, I was a fucking bully when I was a kid, in a sense. It's like it took me to actually do those things that I regret, the stuff I used to do to people. But if I did those things, I wouldn't have been kind.
Right. Exactly.
You know, yeah, I regret those things in a sense, but it's like, can you really regret it? You know?
No, I can't. I can't regret it, any of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to come back. I don't want to go back there. I don't want to come back to here. I just want to graduate, ascend in the ultimate, you know.
My thing is like for people feel like that, I don't know, here I would say learn as much more because knowledge is infinite, you know. And even in this world, this low 3D dimensional realm that we're in, due to the principalities of the air that's in, you gotta learn as much as you can within this low vibrational state to be prepared for that next realm. You know.
Yeah, that mad swarm's coming, man.
Yeah, for a lot of people, you know, unfortunately, you know, they're not going to where you're going, or you know, you may not be going to where they're going. And you know, I think there's truth in that shit too. Where for some people, they ain't going nowhere. Some people is going somewhere different places. Some people, we talk about how that some people believe in like dead. It's just in the ground. That's it. There's nothing else after this. I feel there is people like that out there. Along with people that's moving on to somewhere. I think this world is mixed up with every type of person.
Oh, for sure.
One way I like putting it is when people say that this is like a simulation type thing or like a hologram. Say yeah, in a way it is, you know. And this is a beta testing, and when you graduate, you'll enter the real program, which is the one we create.
Yeah.
We're here to correct, work out all the little kinks and sure that when we get where we need to get, there's not gonna be no little errors or troubles.
The game of life is cool and on classes in session type of,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, man, I try to soak up as much while I'm here, you know. I don't have the mind anymore to say that, man, I'm ready to move on. I don't have the mind to say that I wish I could back. I'm just keeping it balanced where, you know, trying to get as much as I can while I'm here, you know. Just keep an open mind. An open mind. You know. Closed, open at the same time, closed to receive negative vibrational energy, but open to understand it, overstand
Right.
it. You know,
Facts.
but closed to receive the low vibrational energy, especially the ones that you learned already, that you don't want that mistake to go back to do again, you know.
So true, bro. So true.
I don't want to face those issues I went through, where there's a lot of situations, the police shit. I don't want to really go back there, you know. So I'm kind of learning that already. The thing I like to say, you're at least a good point in life where if you've been enough to know the best and worst that life can give you. Remember, I told you I don't need to be rich to know how it feels, because I've been through the best and the worst to understand what the greater of the best is and what the lesser of the worst is. So I don't need to be dead broke to know what it feels to be dead broke, because I was dead broke. Maybe it's broke as some people, or most, you know, a lot of people were at it worse. You know, somebody always has it worse than you. No matter how much you're going through, there's always somebody else that's went through worse, right? And keeps going. No matter how much worse, so that person had it worse than you, there's somebody that has it worse than them. So it's like me understand that and how it feels to. Remember, I was saying you get shot in the area. You already know how it feels to be shot already. I don't have to get shot to know how it feels to be shot in the eye. I just know because I've been through so much pain in different areas of the body where I don't have to go through it to know how it feels. So I try to avoid situations that's going to bring you there.
Yeah,
I think when you're somewhat ready, but you gotta keep. It's way more than that. You have to learn. You know.
I feel you, man.
You know, the samurai used to practice this medicine on dying, like very messed up and stuff, all the time. And I think putting themselves in those shoes, that much negativity, allows them to see, you know, the other side of it, this other spectrum. So, you know, that in their own mentality, they just produce a lot of positivity because of that. They know how to face that because they've been meditating on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like itself. You know, it's like even some of the best things have evil in it or negative. Even some of the worst things have positive in it or in it. In this world, guys, everything's mixed up now. So it's discernment, right? Discernment is key in a sense. One of the main keys to have. Where
how do you identify discernment?
Yeah. Jewels in the dirt. Needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
How much are you gonna pick out to get to the truth?
And then you have to gauge whether your discernment is coming from you fooling yourself, giving yourself justifications, or if it's true discernment, your experiences or what you know.
That's for me. That's the beauty of nature, because it's always talking and revealing itself to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the animals and all, you know, trees and all this, man. That stuff, it don't lie. It's always on time.
Well, it's like meditation. Yeah, some people that will say, you can even go through the experience yourself. Like meditation, depend on where you are with your nature, like your acidity or your alkalinity,
Right.
your neutrality. Meditation, high vibrational meditation can hinder you if you're too acidic in your health. You're healthy. Sometimes, the aura might be a little bit too weak for the type of meditation that you're going to do. But there's different types of meditation, right? Different forms of meditation to actually manifest or get to where you're getting. The reason why you're meditating.
In my early 30s, I survived 2 heart attacks. I've had a stroke. I've been in a coma. I mean, at some point, this ain't for everybody, but at some point you just I'm not tired. It's just like, hey man, I could finally relax a little bit. Because my whole life was just that nonstop, just grinding and pounding this just 24/7. And I don't know, man. Something told me to just get on this tip. I mean, it was a message that I'm going to do something here with this live streaming and do some other shit. Maybe do some a DJ session once a week or something, live, whatever it is. I'm going to do some shit. And the way it was told to me, it was be like, your mission's complete and you'll be on your way. So if you know your mission, I think you're good.
It's funny.
And you also have to study your enemy. And if evil is your enemy, you got to know what they're going to do to come at you with.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
if you don't know, you'll fall for it every time.
That too, yo. You always got to be on point with that.
And then I feel like, in my opinion, I think when people put the white man did this and the white man did, I think that's mystifying the whole race, in my opinion. Because I feel like it's a spiritual thing. I don't think it's a person. You know what I'm saying? I think this is God holding us back because we ain't listening to him. We can't fall in line with what he told us to do, and we getting punished. And they speak of that in the Bible. And then you can't say Caucasian spirit because there's a lot of Caucasians that rock with us. So, at the end of the day, you can't pinpoint a whole race for a couple fuck ups.
Yeah.
My opinion. And I feel like it's turning more towards anti-racism because it's less white people that's racist now than what it was 50 years ago.
Yeah, but that stuff, man, just could not exist on my street because there was just so many different people, man. It was a good time to be young.
Right.
Everybody. Colorado.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, Colorado been mixed for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I had some people that was out there back in the days, and you know what I'm saying, there was a whole lot of mixed females out there.
And then you get older, and then them same people, go to the same house parties and whatever, and it was still beautiful when hip hop was just, getting going, and everybody was just on the same page, bro. And now, what I was talking about, 88 and all that year. It was a great year for me, but retrospectively, it's like, that year really had some major shit coming.
Oh, me. I know there was gangbanging hard out here in the 80s. 88, 89, early 90s. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it was like you couldn't wear certain clothes. You couldn't say certain words. You couldn't walk down certain neighborhoods. You better know somebody. Like, they'll beat the shit out of you for real. Black, white, yellow, green, it didn't matter who you were.
It did matter, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit more tamer now, you know what I'm saying, than what it was when I was growing up, but they still out there, though.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's on the internet now. They internet banging and really killing people. Not just on the internet for no fun. I mean, just for fun. Like, they on there talking shit, okay, meet up. And they smoking each other.
Yes. I don't understand that mentality. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, we used to fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. When we was little,
Yeah.
we fought.
Yes.
But the people older than us, they was shooting.
Squabble, man. Like there were squabbles, man, before all that. You know, I understood all that. But then
Yes, T,
Me,
I had to be professionally trained to be a life taker and a life saver. But I was already doing that before I got in there. Like, that was a duality.
right.
I was basically mainly trained to save lives. But then again, this other half of it was I was trained to take lives, bro.
Right.
And yeah, so that's why I had to check out for a minute, when I already lost people, and then I lost people inside, in the service, and then I came home, and then I was still losing people, man. I was like, damn. I just checked out for a minute, I just took a deep reevaluation of everything, and I think I came out all right.
Facts. I think you did too, because there's a whole lot of other people out there that ain't got half the sense you got that went through the same thing you went through as far as the army, because the army be messing people's heads up. Like that, man, I wouldn't recommend nobody to go there if you ain't got to go there.
Yeah, I'm saying that is not the place to be. If you have a choice,
Don't go.
Don't go there, bro. It's not good.
That shit like the pen in the county. These are places that you don't want to go to. We're not going to applaud and woo-woo because you went there, because at the end of the day, that's not where we need to be going, and I'm pretty sure it messed your head up. Any one of them it would. But the army gonna really mess your head up.
Yeah, I'm in no way glorifying being a soldier. I am saying what it did help save my life, but working for the man, I was working for myself, really. I was just getting me in good physical condition. I was doing my thing, but
but yours was on some either jail or this. So yeah, anybody gonna pick that.
Yeah.
Keep it fire with you. Yeah, I do that and not go to jail, but still at the end of the day, if you're doing it about freedom of will, I'm trying to tell you, they're gonna shoot you up with all kind of shots. You're gonna probably get every disease in the book, and they're gonna mess your head up. You out here killing people, you killing babies, you killing people that really didn't do nothing, but you think they did something.
Well, the originals in the '60s was saying that, don't be going to no army. That ain't no place.
Oh me.
Yeah, man.
They're just gonna use you and abuse you and send you home and not give you nothing, and then be ready to kill you when you want to get mad. Because they know that you can kill people on me, because they train you to kill people. So a lot of people that get out the army, once they get irate and you get them cops will take you out.
Not only that, too, like you said, the shots and all this shit, like we had to breathe some funky shit, and like,
right.
My lungs is fucked up.
Right. And then they come back and feel hurt. Like, man, I just went out here and risked my whole life. I'm about to die and I don't get nothing.
That's about it.
The VA ain't even working right. The VA don't even want to help you.
Nah, that's about it, man. You nailed it right there. They don't give a shit.
I got a father, father and I guess stepfather that my mama married to now, but he went to the army and he was out there in Vietnam, I think, and they sprayed that Agent Orange stuff out there. It messed half their lungs up, and like they had to take half his insides out. He's still alive though, but the VA be tripping, they don't be wanting to work on him and stuff like that. And it's like he went out here and lost half his insides because of y'all. And y'all's Agent Orange that y'all dropped on everybody.
And that's a trip. I lost a lot of good, close, solid people to that Agent Orange, and then that was my dad's generation.
That took a lot of people out.
Oh man, I've seen people suffer over that cancer. And then they would say, "Oh, you could prove that you was in country, you was doing it," and they'll still deny you, and you're sitting there fading away, dying, like shriveling up. Like there's some sad shit I've seen about all that. That's really foul.
Facts.
Yeah, man. Shoot. But if it comes to doing a good number bid, versus that, oh yeah, man, I'm not going to that max. You know, that was my mentality. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that Agent Orange, I did a live upload on Agent Orange. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked it up after I heard about it. I was like, that's crazy. Are you serious? So I looked it up to see if, make sure I'm right. I'm like, yes, they really did do this. I'm not lying on the government. I'm telling you what they did.
Yeah.
To their own people. You can't tell me y'all didn't do research and knew that they was going to cause cancer and everything else. You knew this.
Yeah, just like asbestos, man. I mean,
yep.
people that worked with asbestos, man, they knew it, and then they can't get paid. They can't get no health care,
Nothing.
Yeah, man.
Just like the people with the Johnson & Johnson. Like, y'all knew this baby powder was messed up for almost 30 years.
Right.
Maybe longer.
Yeah, a long time.
And you still sold it to people.
Yep, the talcum.
Where do you think we got a rise in cancer? Because they've been giving you cancer everywhere they can give you cancer.
Yep.
They'll raise up the price on cigarettes, but you won't stop selling them.
Well, wasn't that one of their first cash crops after they'd done tried to take over this joint in the original 17 whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, the first cash crop they was getting paid on that green with the seeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some other things, but man,
the herbs. They've been selling herbs for a long time.
Oh yeah, now it's all different. It's 180 now.
Right.
Shit, man.
It's crazy. It's like, if you want people to stop smoking cigarettes, you'll stop making them, for one, or for two, you'll stop making them the way you make them. You make them with these added chemicals that make you get addicted to it. It's not the tobacco. You can grow tobacco in your yard and smoke it.
Exactly.
It's not the same stuff that you buying at these stores. These stores is putting all this other shit inside of the cigarette.
It's a criminal offense down here to grow tobacco.
What's that?
Criminal offense down here to grow tobacco.
It's a criminal defense. Where you at, in Canada?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, big trouble for growing tobacco.
Yeah, well, it's crazy too that, like in Florida and some places, that you can't even collect your own rainwater off your own damn roof.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's crazy too.
Yeah. That is big time madness.
So how did it become that they own the air, they own the water that hits our roofs, that we own that shit? Like, how did they even get in a position to dictate what air is breathable or what's righteous with the water? Like, it's all poison, you know what I'm saying?
Because they play God here.
Ugh.
On me. I mean, you got to think about it. These are the same people that will give you a ticket for you not having a seatbelt on. You not having a seatbelt on, they messing with the way I'm driving, and they ain't going to kill nobody if I get in the car wreck. It's just going to kill me. But you going to give me a ticket because I'm not wearing the seatbelt, but then you'll turn around and throw Agent Orange on people that's going to kill them. I mean, you got to understand what's going on. They don't care about you.
Nah, never did.
They giving you a ticket to get your money. That's crazy.
And I heard a stat too a while back. I don't know the actual number, but it's in a couple millions to train each soldier, depending on their job, right? So at that point, they don't care when you leave active duty and shit. That's the point where you don't exist anymore.
Facts.
I mean, and that kind of applies to about everything in this society nowadays. You know, every aspect of it. I guess that's why we're here chopping it up. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounded better. So, how many of y'all knew about the 9/11 hotel?
The 90 what?
The 9/11 hotel.
Oh,
it was
9/11.
a Marriott at the foot base of both of the Twin Towers.
Right.
I just now found this out 3-4 days ago. and I've studied the 9/11 bombings. You can ask
Yeah.
my wife. We went through all kind of footage. I've
Yeah.
never seen this hotel at the bottom of the Marriott, and I just not seen it, and it threw me off. Like I just got Mandela, and I don't know.
Mandela
Not
effect.
everybody's seen it.
Hmm.
So did y'all hear about it?
No, I did a deep dive on that too, way back. And yeah, right after it happened, I started diving into it, man. And no, I've never heard about the Marriott.
Dude, they had a whole. It's supposed to have fell down with the Twin Towers. And I said, why didn't they say nothing about this Marriott the whole time I've heard about 9/11? They tell you about World Trade Center 7 that didn't even get hit by a plane.
Oh yeah, man.
So why would you tell me about that falling and not tell me that a Marriott fell in the same place at the same time?
It's crazy. Like all three of them, though, there's no way that steel could just fall. Like
Oh yeah, we know that.
Yeah, it all imploded. Gee whiz.
But it tripped me out, man. And then another Mandela effect is they had stripes on the Twin Towers. Like it was some stripes going down in the artwork. And I'm sitting up here looking at the building like that ain't what the fuck the building looked like. That building didn't have no damn stripes on it, but now it has stripes on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's crazy as hell. That's the Mandela effect, man. That shit is real. And I feel like if you don't see these things, you might be in this universe. This might be where you're supposed to be at. But me, I know that something is wrong, and they changing stuff because I know what I remember.
Right. Exactly.
And this ain't what I remember because we dove deep into 9/11.
Yep.
For years.
Yep. And when I started,
seen no hotel.
No, I'm gonna look into it though. I promise. But this applies too with the clouds, man. I haven't seen no natural clouds in a long time. It's all that hazy, fakey looking shit. But I remember what real thunderstorms and clouds look like.
Right.
I remember how it used to rain and the lightning storms and like. I've been all over this country, man, and other places. Like it's 180 now. Everything's 180, and that's all right if you.
You think that CERN has anything to do with it?
Oh man,
That Mandela effect.
Well, yeah, that's heavy, man.
Yeah, I think it do.
I'm gonna touch back on that after I check into this a little more.
Yeah, I think CERN with everything they do with that. Because if you see what they're doing, they clashing atoms together to try to enter into another dimension.
Right.
Yeah,
right, and they came out with the butterfly effect and all that other stuff, and they telling you about ripples in time and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
Because they already then ventured into that. Tesla already had that information. So if he had the information, they don't tell him who else had the information, and the government got in on his information too.
Yeah, because even back when Tesla was on, who was it? That mainstream cat took all the credit for all his work too, right?
The Hutchison.
Oh shit! What was?
I know it was a dude. Well, no, this is like way after Tesla, but you had the Hutchison dude who came up with the Hutchison effect, where he took the information that Tesla had and he made the death ray.
Yeah.
And it's a real death ray. What they call it, what is it? It's the, I forgot what it was called. It's not a death ray. It's the government made it into their own little weapon, though. I forgot what it was called. A straight beam or something like that.
Yeah, they got that too.
Yeah, so I mean, they got that off of Tesla's information. So Tesla's information also has something about time traveling. So I feel like they done already done that.
Oh yeah. And watch out for these soon to be, things in the sky and shit. It might not always be real because they've been working on the holographic images too, you know, for quite a while.
Project Bluebeam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
They got all that. That's why I don't even look in the sky like that.
I'm just letting the people know, you know, don't fall for that too easy shit. Too, you know.
You follow for the banana in the tailpipe.
Right. Yeah.
Well, hey, pretty bro, it's getting late, man. I'm gonna go ahead and knock up off here, get ready for the day. But I thank you for letting me come up, man, and I'll be in the chat, bro.
Word, man. It was a pleasure.
Respect for it, 20. Respect, man.
Respect.
Peace out to the panel, all my kings, man. Y'all keep it going, man. I'll see you live again. I'm gonna swing back through. You already know, bro.
Yeah, that's love.
Peace, brother. Man, respect for coming up, man.
No doubt, bro.
All right, bro.
Take care.
All right. Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, that was good, man.
Yeah. Hold up.
Yeah, what is that shit?
Hold up.
We're entering the dimensional wormhole.
The dimensions. We are now in tune. You
Frequencies are now aligned.
Yo.
Like an acid trip.
Yeah.
Where am I?
This is real life, though.
What's happening to me?
Is this real life?
Shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What's happening?
We're in an empty room, locked in the dark, empty.
That's some fucking deep selling.
I love this world.
Help me.
Help.
Are we stuck in a car battery?
Oh man.
No,
Yeah.
what up though? You mentioned something, man. What was the question about the three sons of, was it Noah you said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you break that down real quick?
He had 3 sons, right, Noah? Like Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Right.
I don't know, one of my theories, I know I was talking to Sage about it. One of my theories is that each of them probably represented like 3 of the blood types.
Okay. Yeah. I could see the angle on that.
But one thing that they don't speak about in that doctrine is the females, because each of them had wives. They never really talk about things like that in the Bible when it comes to the woman a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain women that's being left out. And
there's a lot left out about the womb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that part, I don't like that fact about it, but you know, I would really love to know about Noah's 3 sons' wives. You know?
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah.
The womb is so sacred, you know, like Mother Earth and everything. I would love to know more about, you know, the way back about all that myself, bro.
Right. The woman, the only organic thing strong enough to bring forth, like this, like the portal, you know, just the only living thing strong enough to life into this realm. That portal when we're born and we come here.
Yeah. And you know,
yeah,
you can parallel it too. You know, it's literally like a portal, right? I mean, even the Earth itself, it kind of more relates to a woman in a sense.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Just how everything's born, you know, like the Mother Nature. You know, everything makes sense. Right? Mother Earth.
And check this: if we're the sperm, right, and we transport ourselves like through that, and we enter So the sperm hits the egg, right, and the gray, and then like there's life and all that. Well, it's just like us, like a frequency, you know, a star, like a sun or a planet, you know. Like, I have a theory that you know the stars and the planets at their cores, they're all interconnected. Like they're all just like one big maze that all connects. So if the sperm is you and the egg going into that port, you're coming out end. So it's just like it's constant, like a microcosm of you know, of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all connected, bro. Like you said, it's all connected.
For sure. Everything interconnects, outer connects, you know, down to the stars, the luminaries, you know, the different realms, which we can all be in at the same time, maybe, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how 420 I was talking about the Mandela effect and bringing colliding parallel universes together, like, you know, as above, so below, you know, it's like a twin version of the realm, but there's different features, different characteristics of the twin.
Yeah.
And, you know, you collide them together makes like some type of effect where certain things might change. And as you don't remember it looking that way, but it could be of that colliding of parallels of universes or realms together.
And, you know, there's
parallel reality.
There's quite a few people on that because, you know, when they sign off or something, they'd be like, I am what I am, or, you know, on that level. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I think they're into all that, man. They know. I know a lot of conscious, huh?
That reminds me of when somebody says, I am you and you are me.
Right.
Because everything connects, right?
Yeah.
It's bullshit at the same time, right? It's like it's true, but it's fake at the same time.
Well, you know, I think it could be true, man, all the time, but people just won't tap in, like go deep on it.
Well, when you say I am you, you are me. If the stars above are our luminaries, they're a reflection of us, right? In some shape or form. So the part where that's true about it to me is like I can go in your star, you can go in mine. To travel through, or
the portal, man. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like we are our own individuals at the same time, right?
Yeah, we have to be.
Yeah.
We have to do us.
Yeah. One little theory I've been kind of like bouncing around is, if you know how they say that the stars are basically reflecting us, and we're reflecting them, and then we'll could be like this stars are like projectors in a way, because we're born how like the birth charts have like the stars and all those heavenly bodies are in like different positions. I think their light or their frequency that they shine, it all comes down onto this plane, and wherever when we're born, depending on how they're vibrating or the frequencies they're throwing out, the light, they all kind of like project us. So we are the placement of all those bodies up in the sky at that time. So then like a recipe. So we need those certain frequencies are all like to you're that individual being projected on here. So like think of it as like a multiple light and shining down to just make one you, and you have different ingredients, frequencies, but you're vibrating as one, containing all of it.
Yeah, that's heavy. I would just like to say, man, I'm gonna peace out, and I like the way you and Pre go in. So I got to clean up this little spot here, and I'll fall back. And I want to say, I love my brother Pre and brother Sage, and big respect to 420, man. And I'll be around, Well, you two, man, you know where I'll be after this. But I'm just gonna fall back, man. And
Yeah, respect it.
For sure, bro. It was good to have you here. We'll chop it up.
yeah, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I appreciate any time that we could do this, man. I love it. I love doing this.
I try to do more often. Gotta master this type of platform.
Well, some stuff I talked about too, maybe some certain events, I'm going to come back with some names, and for the ones that really want to check some research, especially about like the pilot that was flying in and stuff, like I'm going to have some names and references, shit like that.
Yeah.
But I dig the free
in the Discord, and we'll put in the you go into the and there should be a section where we gather all that Chris is talking about.
Most definitely. Well, I appreciate y'all, man.
Respect, man. Respect for helping out and starting this build. And
peace.
All right. Till later.
Peace. You bet. Peace, my brothers.
Cheers.
Peace out. Yeah, it was it's a very complex build, very complex. A little all over the place, but we still touched on certain things,
Yeah, definitely a lot of different things, for all the listeners, drop a comment, and if you want to hear more of, what should we dive into deeper? Let us know. So next time, deeper into.
I try to hit the 3-hour mark,
Yeah.
I try to hit it. It's kind of funny because with everything that is individual, it's sort of collective also. It's
right. Well, it kind of goes back to what I was telling you about the stars. All those stars, we are the individual of that collective frequency and light, all shining in one. So we're vibrating all those things at once. That's why I think the zodiacs or like your signs or whatever have so much it's the characteristic of who you are, because you're all those things, as a collective, in that one. And then again, we are stars ourselves, so maybe we're shining like stars to another cosm smaller than us, and all the bodies of where we're positioned in that time, whatever's born in that microcosm is individual of the collective here, the body of people, the waters, be like water.
Kind of, that reminds me of when you say that everybody's not just one sign, right? Because then you have the moon and then you have the sun sign, but people tend to always stick to the sun sign,
Right.
And it kind of reminds me of that when you just said that. Not only that, those different rays can also represent what your parents was, which also plays a part in your whole persona, your upbringing, or what your parents were, your moon and your sun sign.
Right. Right. Think
Some
of it
deep
like
shit.
this. This is as a sperm traveling. Think of that as it's always connected to the source it's coming from. So it's just like a vibration or a light. And once that hits the egg, that being like the moon, I guess, because would be representing the feminine aspect, I believe. Well, those
Oh, there you go.
comes out like that, and it think as when you're still kind of attached to that light is still traveling through you. Can't see the you don't see the wire or there's nothing connected, but there is connection. It's that vibration, that frequency.
Right. You know, this why I always go back to alkalinity, because if you're not fully alkaline, you're not fully open-minded. Your veil is not fully lifted, so you can't see the full spectrum as somebody who is alkaline and more open-minded to receive. I mean,
Right.
just and it's go back into the Mandela effect in a sense. Could relate to it at least. Relate to the Mandela effect. You know, I could tell you different scenarios as looking at something that's in the sky, and I'm beside somebody. I can see the thing in the sky. It's clear as day. But the person beside me, he couldn't see it. And I used to get frustrated saying, "Look right there. It's right there." And he couldn't see it. Like, what are you talking about? Look, it's right. Don't you see that? It's like right clear as day. And he couldn't see it.
Well, it's just again, like to a radio. You if your antenna, you're vibing at that frequency. You're seeing that. You're tuned in, but the other person's not tuned in. Well, they're not gonna see it. They're not gonna, that the other.
Oh, that's a good version. Yeah, that's a good example. You know, like hearing frequencies when you're engineering, you can hear something that other producers can't hear, or engineers can't hear. The little frequencies is like, can you get rid of that little sound? It's like, what sound are you talking about? Okay, wait, right there. You see that sound? It's like, nah, I don't hear what exact sound you're talking about. But the sound to you is clear as day. But to the other person, their ears is tuned to frequencies to the point that they can't hear that specific frequency.
Yep.
Sometimes it could be due to alkalinity, sometimes not, depends. Now that goes into other conversations.
Well, then that's just sound. That's like the frequency, but now we could turn it into like lenses, certain shades allow us to see things better than others. Like what lens are you looking under? What are you seeing? What scope are you using? A scope that you see in front of you, a few feet, or are you using like scope? And then that's just that magnification. You can colors, like 3D glasses and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or just like a black light, like the red on a light. You get a piece of tape, you put a marker on it, red and blue. Put that over light, you get a black light. It's just like shining purple, and it allows you to see things you wouldn't see without that light shining on it.
Right. It's awesome shit. Awesome
Real
stuff,
deep
man.
stuff,
But,
man. Once I started to the whole frequency thing, I mean, not the frequency, the alkalinity, and applying that to the whole color and the spectrum to do that everything started like just expanding a lot. All my ideas just started going into new ways of expanding on them. It was really intense. I really appreciate you bringing that to me, because I hadn't thought of that stuff until you brought it up.
Yeah, it's like I'm on this thing right now where there's some people that actually they get so high vibrational to the point they can pick up all the vibrations, and then you have some people they get so high vibrational, but they lose all the lower vibrations, which is not good, in my opinion, in every case. So it's kind of like you may hear things that the engineer can't hear, for example, but that engineer can hear things that you can't pick up at the moment. But some
Yep.
people, they get so high vibrational that they can hear other frequencies also picking up what the engineer could hear, but the engineer can't hear what you can hear. There's like different levels, right? It's like each your zone type
Right.
shit.
You know, it's kind of reminds me of a little scene in, I think it was called Kung Fu, but the teacher he's like, do you hear the grasshopper that's at your feet? And the student asks, and it's like, man, how is it that you hear these things? And the teacher responds, like, young man, how is it that you do not? And the teacher, blind guy, so he's just in tune with that. He's surprised. He's like, you're young. You should be able to understand these things. You know, you should be in tune.
Yeah. But even if you don't understand the things that he doesn't understand, maybe there's things that he's not picking up that even if you were lower vibrational than him, you probably can't even pick up some of the lower vibrations because he haven't lived a low vibrational life yet. He just jumped, he skipped grades. That's why you see, I don't think it's important to skip grades in this school called life. Yeah, I mean, you have to go through the lower vibrational issues of life in order to come out in a high vibrational state. Not only high vibrational, but high vibrational to the point that you're understanding all the lower situations. If you just are high vibrational, but you skipped all the low vibrational grades, it's kind of a false sense of high vibes.
It's like knowledge without the wisdom.
Right. Or the other way around.
Right. You go.
It's kind of crazy how complex, diverse life is, you know?
In a way, it's also so simple. It's simple. Then again, it's because maybe that he's seen that lens to us.
Sometimes the understanding is simple, but the experience to go through it is very hard.
Right.
Or sometimes the experience is simple, but the other way around, right?
Yeah, like having the wisdom of some things. Like sometimes it's a heavy burden. Have the experience, and it'll just, you know.
Yeah, it's a heavy burden, right? But then you have gifts at this point now that somebody else doesn't have, even though it's harder for you to have those gifts. But you're able to do things now. But it's a burden in a sense.
Right. And then that too. You could going through life and fighting to a point where things are going to be good, and you become comfortable there, and then you forget about what you struggled and you went through, and you lose that knowledge. Wisdom starts deteriorating. So maybe you start treating people differently. Maybe you forget where you come from. Maybe you become messed up. You start hurting, or you start,
I think that goes right into the false sense of high vibration, because once you get to a certain vibration, if it was did the right way, I don't think you go back on certain things that you obtained. Like, I could never go back to, and I'll never say never, because there's always even a 1% chance that everything may not be as it seems, even with all the stuff you obtained and learned that's facts and truth. But once you get there to that part where you
treat everything differently, and you won't go back on treating that how you used to treat it.
It's harder. It's
stay
harder to
there.
go back. But I think as long as we're on this plane, this realm, there's always the chance that it will fall back. No matter how high vibrational you get, leave this realm. We become in our illuminated bodies. Then that's when we graduate. We receive our crowns. But I believe there's no frequency, high vibration you can get to and do at this point in this game.
You know what I'll say to that? Now that goes into reasons why you went back. Now, is your reason high vibrational? You see what I'm saying now? It gets more complex again, right?
Well, then it could go.
Reason.
See, that depends on the decisions. There's also a forced lower vibration. Maybe you're in a situation or something, and some forces an effect on you, and then that brings you down.
No.
You know, or maybe you're smoking some, and it wouldn't affect you, but maybe you just this time different. It up your frequency, and you weren't expecting it.
Yeah.
That's why I say like there, no matter how high vibration get in on this plane, that 1% chance you're talking, it's enough. It's enough to it's not certain. It's not absolute.
I'll tell you this. What I would do, like for example, so
sorry,
going through a
but
situation where
even then, having graduated, if people that believe the whole thing or that come back, they choose to come back. So they could that it still drops back down to this plane. But yeah, that sorry.
Yeah, I would say with me, for example, like I make sure being what I know right now in life and stuff like that, from what I know obtained throughout life so far, I would say if I'm going to do something that's considered low vibrational, I make sure the reason is high vibrational. I make sure I'm doing it because I have to, or I had no choice, or I'm doing it because it's going to help this person in the long run, even though it may be a bad situation, but a good decision making. You know, some people might do things just for the fuck of doing it because it feels good or just to release some stress or anger or whatever. But I make sure when I do something, it's for like a righteous cause. You know, I think those are the things where I stay in that lane. You know,
Right.
and as you said, you know, when you like go into the next plane now, some will choose to come back, right?
Yeah.
And not being ready, and then come back to learn again. And that goes into a whole nother conversation now, because it's like we're dealing with amnesia at this point and trying to remember again. Yeah, you have a little upgrade because your deja vus are going to be different, or a little bit of your persona is going to be upgraded, but you're still going to have some form of amnesia. Your dreams might change a little bit. You might have character traits of your past life, which was here already, because you chose to come back. But you're still doing the grade again. Right. I don't think I would make that decision, though. I don't think I would take that decision. That's why I say I'm trying to get as much knowledge as I can while I'm living and apply it to my wisdom. Actually going through the experience. Trying to get as much as I can.
You say that, but I think you had already chosen to come, bro. I think you had already graduated.
Maybe before, but there's some form of me that probably wasn't ready.
Right. Like all your lower self catching up to your higher self, you know. So you be prime self.
Yeah, it could be could been that, you know. I can't recall it, to tell you the truth, if that's the case. But if I did, and I was the way I am now, maybe with a little more knowledge or wisdom, I mean, maybe I was not ready, you know.
You know, people graduate and they just come back because they had to correct that one thing.
Now you got to remember what that one thing is, right?
Right? So you gotta live life all over again. Just correct that one thing.
Just for that one thing.
Maybe you didn't correct it this time around. You're like, damn, I had to correct it and keep repeating it. So that sometimes it's like the last level is the hardest. You gotta keep repeating it because you gotta correct that one thing instead of so many to correct in one lifetime. Exactly.
Yeah. That's wow, man. There might be a reason why I have amnesia, because it might be a little bit frustrating if you didn't have it, you know. it might actually like take a toll on you, you know.
Right.
Fuck, I can't get this. Then if you do get it, you're kind of going there, but you're not going to feel the full success of, you take the cheat code, you know. You're not going to feel the pleasures of success.
One thing I have been noticing is the patience I have, or the more that I piece things together, more deja vu I have. Because I used to have a lot of deja vu when I was young, and it went away. Oh, now the deeper I get into the knowledge of self, it's like deja vu is coming back a lot more. Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with anything.
Deja vu, right?
Yeah. And just like having it again, you know, after feeling like you're things. Well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe working things, or you're on the right path. You start recalling, like, oh, that's this was that lifetime. I'm getting closer to that one I need to correct. So maybe the deja vu is actually like a signal that's telling you, like, hey, we're getting closer to that one point. You just gotta warmer. You gotta find the part you got. Or maybe even, you know, this kind of throws me off though, because the deja could also be, you know, with the whole blood thing, where you mentioned the cloning, thoughts not being our own.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe deja vu might be from cloned self, or thoughts of that version of yourself from a parallel dimension. Say what you're having is really just that split second of their experience, and now you're re-experiencing it. Just can behind. Or forward. No, it would make more sense if it was behind.
That makes sense. Some deep shit, man. Yeah.
I get deja vu because I feel like I'm repeating something, and then my mind gets stuck. Like, what? Why? Part of this. Why have I experienced this before? And that's it for me out.
Yeah, you try to fucking, it's kind of, you don't know if it's right or wrong to try and see if you can finish it off, try to play out to see if you can get more of it, but it stops, you know, it only lasts for a few seconds or something. You're like, shit, you know, lost it. But a piece of this was deja vu, you know.
I've had this sometimes too, when I'm having I sometimes go into like, I'll respond or react in ways that is like the deja vu is just like control in a way, and I'm thinking it. So like my actions while I'm having it feel like not even own.
Yeah. I personally
like if
feel,
I'm just, you know, with the script thing, it's weird.
I personally feel like why I feel like there's a very real aspect of dreams for me personally, when I dream, a lot of times I have dreams with people in it that I never met in this world, but in a dream, I know them from somewhere. I know them,
Yeah.
like, but I never met them in this world, in this awakening state or this reality. I know them from somewhere. Like, where do I know this guy from? It's like I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's like it's continuing. My dreams like continuing a life or something like that.
For me, it's very vivid characteristics of people that I have never met, and it's like, how am I fabricating this person in that dream if I've never met them before?
Yeah, I have those. I
That-
had
that's
those
what I
ones
do.
too, where just people that's just made up.
But they're so like perfectly as a person. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've had dreams too where I dreamt somebody before I met them, and then I end up meeting them in real life. Not meeting them, but seeing them in real life.
Right.
That was trippy. That got me stuck for a while, But not going through it for a long time, you kind of tend to forget about it and care anymore. But
For me, I tend to try to get stuck on it for like a week or so, and I try to move on, because then it just drives me insane.
Mhm.
You're just stuck on trying to figure thing out. And maybe we're not even supposed to try to figure.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I say, man, it's a lot of people, man, that catch this stream. Just try and obtain as much experience, knowledge, experiences, wisdom, in a sense. You obtain as much, because do things that you not used to. As long as it's positive. It's like agriculture, like we're talking in the beginning, agriculture. I mean, if you don't have no experience with agriculture, I mean, you're dealing with nature. You need to get some of that experience, learn how to grow things. If you never did it before, I would say, obtain that, things like self-defense, natural self-defense, not guns and stuff like that, like natural, when it comes to protecting yourself.
It's like martial arts.
Yeah, like martial arts, MMA.
When I make beats, I apply that into movement, like the way I'll hit the pads and stuff. Like, well, you see me when I'm making beats, like I'm listening to the music and I'm kind of like, I'm not fighting it, but I'm sparring with it in a way where each movement, each, like, I guess, punch or kick or dodge, it reacts to the original first sound that I started laying down.
Yeah.
And that's one of the ways that I mentally make beats.
Right. That's interesting.
A lot of it too is the stance. Like, that one's hard to explain, but the stance, it's kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with Bruce Lee's way of fighting, but he's like never really standing. He's constantly bouncing back and forth between his feet.
Yeah.
That movement, like, it makes noise in my head, and I start applying that into beats.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
For me, a lot, when I make music, I really like the feeling of causing a sound and then being able to bend it. So that's why I like the analog way of making beats rather than clicking it in. I can't really click it in. My brain doesn't really, I don't like it for me. I mean, I guess if I was making beats, if it was my career straight up and that's it, then yeah, I mean, I would learn it and do it. But, you know, when I make beats because it feels good, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, try everything natural for those people, man. Try, even if, you know, for example, you don't know how to swim, man, take some time off to learn how to swim. You know, you don't know how to fucking things that a human has the ability to do or to gain naturally. You know, if you don't know how to do it, just learn it.
I think a secret to understanding a lot of things is personify everything. Give everything like a living essence, and work with it.
Yeah. Right. And all the errors is what's gonna make you learn it to a better extent. You know, the errors.
Right. So you know what line not to cross. I just saw like lightning or something come through the window. That'd be cool if we get some rain, man. It's been super dry out here.
Yeah, I never thought about that. I never thought you guys because down the East Coast
I know
it's been raining like crazy.
You've been like raining like 2 weeks straight over there, right?
Yeah, like every other day is just rain or cloudy. It's a different summer, you know.
Yeah,
humid rain or
definitely. This type of weather, I would feel like early March, around there, May.
Yeah, that's what it feels. It doesn't feel like the regular summers, you know. It really does feel like we're like 2 months behind or something like that.
Or don't we have like 2 or 3 extra months on our calendar, or not extra, but like off? Because I think of it as like October, Octa 8, but yet it's the 10th. It's like 2 months off.
Yeah, cause March is the first. March 21st is really the New Year's.
Right, that's what I believe.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You know, 7 is Sept.
December,
you know, Sept.
December is Deca. It was like 10, and so instead of 12. So yeah, I think there's like two months that are added, or 2 months that were off on something. I don't know. I haven't really looked deep into that.
Yeah, they threw it off. You know, the Gregorian calendar type bullshit. Yeah, they switched it around to their
this
holidays.
Is all Greg's fault, man. I knew it was Greg. Greg did it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's basically the easiest way to kind of teach people. Not only that, but you see what the new beginning, like spring is when everything grows again. A new beginning, things begin again.
They're being birthed, born.
So that thing right there, when you say September is 7, Sept, you know, French, you know, oct got 8 sides, you know, all those things those 2 things are the top things to show people that we're off, you know.
Yeah, the etymology of I believe, right? The root words and stuff. It's really important. You know, it's the thing. People talk without really knowing what they're saying. They don't think before they talk, so they don't realize all the little secrets inside the words and the sounds and the letters and everything.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you know, yeah, I go by that. I go by that that calendar, you know, the original. I mean,
would be the moon? Was it the moon or the moon one that we're on right now?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. They're going by the moon. I mean,
Because I know that the Hebrew calendar is based on the moon, on like the cycles of the moon and stuff.
And then you got the cycles of the moon by the month, and you got cycles of the moon by the year. That Hebrew calendar is very deep, though.
Sirius mentioned the poles, about the pole shifts. There probably is a duality in that, bro. Because if there's a mirror realm or mirror world of where we're at, and this place polarities, well, the other planet will reflect a switch of the polarity as well. Because the mirror, if it doesn't switch itself too.
I think they fucked with shit to the point with these, what do you call them, the colliders in the machinery, like CERN. I think they fucked with it to the point where damn near have clones of even each mirrors when it comes to realms, artificial realms.
You know, when philosophy, I don't remember where it is. I think it's Eastern. It describes the world as a web. We're all like droplets of water on that web, and we're reflecting infinitely. All air is reflected like mirrors. Everybody a droplet. Everybody's. Yet those realms are each other too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one way it too. Just water on the water.
Or you could look at it as duality within duality.
Well, bro. So if each droplet of water is one realm, mirroring all that, the webs themselves, like the tunnels, or like the way that they
Yeah.
it's all win by one spider, one creator. And then you got some other letters making webs on one tree. And you got all these different uses with different dimensions on them. It's just infinite. It's crazy. Nature reflects. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah. That mirror effect is very deep, though. You know, with that mirror effect, like when you line up a mirror, when you're looking at the back of your head shaving, you line up the mirrors with a mirror at the back, you're going to see a lot of mirrors going all the way back. A lot of reflections going all the way back. Not mirrors, but reflections. I think it's kind of like what he did with reality. I'm pretty sure there's a natural version and then there's artificial versions in order to postpone their lives because they know their time is up here. So they try to escape in different meat vehicles or different bodies in different realms. And so that's what my theory of what they're doing. I mean, they keep showing people this in movies. You know, they damn near every movie that they release is dealing with a portal at this point, or portals. And you know, the stars and the luminaries are supposed to be the natural portals, but they're making their own portals with their machinery
Yeah,
and give it to
all
you
the
as science fiction.
all the realms are bleeding into each other. Like, look at it, the whole Marvel aspect of things. There were comic books, now there's movies, but in the movies there's little like scenes and stuff that kind of like break that, what is it, the third wall and things. There's a whole multi and everything. It just keeps expanding and bleeding into each other. Because now we got like reading comics where the characters themselves are like making the movies that we watch in this real realm about them. So like the creations or the ideas themselves become conscious of where they're originating from, and they become living ideas, living vibrations. You know, they start gaining conscience.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it goes into like just how much power is given to that creation. Is it going to be able to break from that comic book into this realm, or that just depends on the writer, you know, or what kind of mentality he gave that character. But you know, just like the whole theory of a creator has creations to other creators, well, same in comics. You got one creator of a character, that creator dies, or they just hand off to the company. Now you got a bunch of different people writing that one character's story that hadn't even been the intention of the original creator. But yet it's allowed because, you know, the company or whatever, it's that same dimension. But yeah, definitely the mirror aspect of it is pretty deep. It's infinitely deep.
Like, it's kind of like, what is natural knowledge? They're making their own ideologies and an artificial nature of what is natural, or what you create, which was a good creation, is given into the hands of the wicked to build off of that creation and make their own, like a mockery. Like, realities are bleeding into each other, as you said earlier. You have the natural version of what is supposed to happen and take place, and they're trying to override it with their artificial nature, like the matrices. But you know what, it doesn't bother me to the fullest, because I think nature always wins in the end. The problem
Well, yeah,
is,
just like the organic, like growing over cities. You know, if you leave a civilization uninhabited for a while, nature is going to grow over it.
it's going to take over again. Yeah. The thing
And
what they're trying to do.
no matter how much you try to override it, nature, you know, nature will come drop a freaking comet or asteroid or something, reset everything. Fucking.
Yeah, they don't.
know?
Nature doesn't really need, like, most. This is why I say most of the population that's evil. It's, you know, and people worried about gathering and coming together and fighting the system and all this shit. You know what? People have to start to understand you know, everything that's going on that's evil, they're playing into the hands of the creator already to really have a reset for the better, because you can't kill everything. You know, it's already, it doesn't need much people to reset. The world only started with a couple people. If you really think about it, if we're going to go off that story, it was only two, right? I mean, or when it reset it again, I mean, it was only eight. If we're going to go off the other story after the cataclysm, the last one, you know.
Well, see, the first one started with two, but you had all these, or you had those entities on here that expand, or, you know.
Yeah. After that, guess what? He saved a family where, you know, his family of six, which or I should say five, which each of them had wives. If we're going to go off of that story, to make eight, and, you know, the human population reprocreated again. If we're going to go off that, I mean, just an example of, I don't think you don't really need much people. And I mean, if we're going to go off the 144, we have, it's so populated where we have enough. 144 is enough, is good enough to really repopulate. I mean, I don't think it's 144 at this point.
You think in reality, then those numbers are just probably the organic versions of all the clones, and when the reset happens, it's just you know taking the organic things back and doing away with it,
Like doing away with artificial.
yeah, and resetting it.
I think, yeah, doing away with beyond evil. I mean, we already need good and bad in a sense to grow. So I'm in my opinion, even after another reset or a cataclysm or something like that, in my opinion, there's always going to be negative, if we want to call it bad or evil. But the thing about it is, there to me, there's a natural evil, and then there is an artificial evil.
Yeah.
The natural, because really, remember we were using those examples earlier of all the things that happened to us in order to make us who we are today,
Right.
and he turned out for the better. So was it evil? Even though it from the outside looking in, it was some bad shit. It was violent stuff. But look who you are today, right? You needed the evil. So it's kind of like to say, I mean, I think even in the 144, I mean, they're not going to be all, what you call it, all jolly, golly, hey, you know, love and all that. This thing, there's still going to be a sort of a balance still. But not this, the thing with this, the balance is tilted. The balance is like evil is over to another level. There's too much artificial evil going on. Too much systematic evil that's taken over too much. It's overpowering the good. And that's why I think that reset may take place for that reason. Because the scale is tilted. The balance there. So that has to be fixed where the scale is back straight again. It's back leveled. And if anything, it's supposed to more tilt towards the good, the righteous. So evil will be lesser than good. Rather than how it is now, where there's more evil than good. So that's what I think is going to take place. Why it's going to take place for it. I'm pretty sure that is exactly what is going to happen. it just makes too much sense. There's too much things pointing at that. And I already have a mind where I already know that no matter what you come up with, as we said, there's always a 1% out of 100 that you could be wrong. So no matter how much you know, it's always, and I say one just in case, like, you're so definite, you believe wholeheartedly that this is what's going to happen. There's always a percentage, no matter how low the percentage, that you could be wrong. It's always the percentage that maybe nothing will happen. And this world is just going to carry on and get more friggin' robotic and artificial. But for how long? Yeah, it makes sense. Spring is the first month. But really, how sure are we that things are not twisted around to the point that it's not even March, right? Or how even if they have intelligence to throw off that part, what makes you think they don't have a second or some that they did before they even threw it off, just in case you come to that conclusion that they threw that off already?
Yeah, like how many twists did they give?
They did before they got to this twist.
Yep.
So maybe March is not even the friggin' right month for spring, But the human brain automatically connects to it. It automatically adapts to truth that they think they feel wholeheartedly. They have their belief system. It takes over so much where their brain automatically adapts to what makes sense to them. Not thinking, say if you're wrong about this, say if you're wrong about that. And their brain is so easily manipulated to the point that it will bother them so much when the confusion happens. What if this is wrong? What if that is wrong? Then it comes the whole confusion thing, right? And then it's like you just break down and give up and go right back to living for pleasure, and you never know what's going to happen. And I'm just going to fuck woman, do this and that, get high, fuck it. One life to live, and you never know. So let me just have fun while I can. That's a form of giving up. That's the thing I see in society. I
think that's part of it too. They just want to cause so much confusion that people are just going to give up.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's really one of the reasons, and there's a possibility that could be wrong. That's not even a reason, but I'm pretty sure, I'm damn near 99% that's what they want to do. They cause confusion, so people can automatically think like that. They condition the human brain.
It's like a hurricane, bro. Look at the eye of the storm. What happens in the eye of the storm?
Yeah.
And then what happens around the storm? So all that destruction, all this craziness, but yet the eye, the all-seeing eye, in the middle is in complete peace and serenity with all the chaos around it.
Well, the world itself, right? There's parts of this world's where there's paradise, while there is destruction happening in other parts all around the paradise,
Yeah.
That's like a bunch of eyes at that point.
Well, no, well, this is what I was trying to get at is at that center, whatever's pulling the strings is causing that confusion around it. But yet there's that complete stillness and peace at the center of the storm where they can see everything, analyze everything, and they see from there, from the high of the storm. Yet they create the chaos around it.
Hmm. You know, that's why it is, for everything that all the different doctrines I dipped in for years on one and then years another, still young. It's kind of like the conclusion I come up with. I think the draconian knowledge and shit like that shit makes the most sense to me. If it comes to the religions and all that synchronology, syncing pieces of the puzzle together makes the most sense to me. It just makes so much sense, the ones that came from somewhere else, or I mean,
Yeah.
the ones that came, and they probably gave us all this other shit too, which makes sense, but it's really not the truth, maybe, but it made it make sense. But the draconian type shit with the spirits in vehicles that we see as normal people, and I have dreams out of nowhere sometimes proving this thing. I have open mind, where I'm not going to just cold-heartedly just live on that and say that's facts, because you just never know. But I have an open mind to the point I look at that as a possibility that is the definite truth. That they came down here, and they went into these spirits and into these people. My dreams always show me the shape shifting and seeing people who for who they really are, just like that fucking movie They Live.
Yeah.
It's damn there. I'm talking to people sometimes, and I can just sometimes see right through them. Like so much in the physical. Talk to them in person. A lot of people are just evil. You can just see right through them, no matter how much they smile with you and stuff like that. I see right through to the point that even talking to them on a telephone or a device like over the Wi-Fi internet, I can still sense it.
Yeah.
It's that deep where it's like I just cool. I really believe that's the truth. That's what's going on. A lot of people
A lot of
see
it too
walking
is
around.
the ego. The people become so egocentric that they can't. They don't realize that they're bullshitting someone, and that person is actually seeing through them. But this narcissistic person or trick person, he just believes, that their truth, their reality is what it is, and that's it. So they don't put themselves in nobody else's shoes. They think everybody else is lower than them.
I would say too, with that, I would say that's a lot of the population that they turned like that they manipulated to help them
Yeah.
direct their mind to think like that. I think the real people that have those spirits that came down, I think a lot of them, some know and some don't. But I think a lot of the ones at the top, they know exactly who they are and what they're doing and why they did it for, what their goal is. There's a lot of people in the population that actually share their spirit that's not human, and they're oblivious, or they don't know what's going on. They don't even know that they're not even really who they think they are. But the people at the top, I can almost guarantee you they know exactly what they're doing. They know. They were in heaven,
Yeah.
Yeah, they know. I mean, I don't even think it's damn near a possibility that they don't. I think it's well, yeah, it's always 99%, but I think 100% they know. You know, they know. They just know that they can't win. Well, they since they know that they're up against something that created them or their essence or their origin that's bigger than them, and they know they're doomed because of all the shit that they did, the mistakes they made. They're gonna go down with a fight because they know that's it, right?
Yeah.
My thing is though, if I was them, I mean, we come from a merciful creator. I mean, he's merciful. I mean, it's never too late. Maybe for them, they know it's too late. That's the thing. But who am I to say it's too late? You know, if I was them, I would literally try for the better. To it's not in them to change though, so I can't even say that because it's not in them.
Right.
It's
Like
just who they are.
earlier, it's like they don't have the soul.
Yeah, they
Or
don't
they
have
don't
that
have
thing.
that spark.
You know, it's in them to do evil. That's what they're meant to do. I mean, so it's like I would try my hardest though if I was those people, man, to try and do good. You know, at least I would be like, instead of trying to like fight something that you're going to lose against anyways, like thinking that there's a possibility, there's a possibility we can do this. Let's just try. Fuck that. I'll try the hardest to actually lessen my punishment. I might still have to get punished, but maybe there'll be some type of mercy where it won't be forever, you know, or it won't be like a definite permanent thing, you know. Just try and do better. Like I guess they just don't have it in them, but you know, it's just crazy. That's madness, like going against the creator, in my opinion. You know, or the source, or whatever some people want to call it. You know.
Yeah, it's entering a losing battle.
Yeah, they just feel like they found out all the creator's secrets, but if the creator is like all in all one, if man could be that smart, and me even speaking the way I speak right now, and my human brain is still in elementary school, imagine how the creator thinks. Imagine how much, you see what I'm saying? Like what makes them think they know all the secrets, even if they did do all these unlocking and time traveling and portals and going to different realms and have bodies where their soul can live longer and mind transfer and all this shit they're doing. It's kind of like, what makes you think that you're gonna win if the creator's mind is infinite with knowledge, and I think that's a losing battle. It's just over. You know, it's crazy. Well, you know what? It's always going to be some form of them around somehow, because, or maybe a higher version of them, you know, or a different version of them in another realm, or as we say, like the realities are blending in now with each other, mixing into this realm where another version of themselves takes over. Just like how we're trying to connect with our higher selves, they probably doing the same too. Or some shape or form of that. Who's to say they have a fucking higher self? If they're not spiritual. I mean, the draconians. I mean, we talk about, you know, the the adrenochrome, you know, the other day, and if you really look at it, I mean, you know, that spirit, that dragon spirit inside them, you know, they're already in, that dragon spirit is already in a body. It's just low densified because they had to come down here. But I don't think they have no amnesia. They know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, some deep shit. I mean,
Yeah.
and it used to piss me off until I really thought about it, that they have no control. You know, they don't control. You would think, but they really don't if you really think about it heavy. Because they don't know what they do. You see a lot of the population turning like that now. Evil, where they're picking up those habits of all the things you mentioned earlier. You know, fallacy, that narcissistic way of living, thinking that they know something but they don't, and their truth is their truth, and they put this shit on. The human population picked up their ways of thinking, but their ways of thinking is way more greater than that. And they do feel like they're royal. You know, and they just think about this game of life is like a school. It's basically a school of life. They're needed to do what they're doing anyways. They're here for a reason to do what they're doing. They're just playing into the hands of the Creator, the Almighty Creator. They want to play God. And I'm seeing a lot of people in this earth thinking that they're God. They're taking on everything of their characteristics, the elite's characteristics. The only thing about it is they're also picked up ideologies away from that, which has to do with the psyops that's going on, the racism, the race wars, playing into the hatred, picking on low vibrational energies, emotions. And I think that's something that they don't have. They naturally have it to the point that they mastered it, but man cannot master it, because I'm talking about divine human beings cannot master it because they're not meant to be thinking like that. Though they are, though, the elites are, because that's who they are. So when it comes to that, they are the epitome of that royal, narcissistic way of thinking, where they look at you like food and shit, cattle, sheep. But the sheep are thinking that they're fucking almighty too. When you can't see the bigger picture yet. You know, you ever seen the black nobility? The pyramid scheme? Just like in that track, right? There, which Maypole said not too long from now, that we did on the Lord Raiden joint. You know, I start the song by saying the system is like a pyramid scheme, and we at the bottom, but meant for the top. Once I excel again, I'll never flop. That's kind of like how it is, like a pyramid scheme. And one of the best things I heard and watched from this lady, Empress, her name's Empress, is when she turned the fucking pyramid upside down. So all the debt collectors at the bottom and all the people who they call sheep and shit like that, even though a lot of them are going to die when you turn the pyramid upside down, because on a triangle, if we're at the bottom, right, the bottom of the pyramid is the longer part, right? The wider part, right? Where the top of the pyramid is the thinner part, right? And that shows you the higher you get is the less people. The higher you get is the less people that's actually going to survive. When you turn it upside down now, matter of fact, the higher you get is the less people that's in charge. There's not much people that's running the world. It's probably less than 1% of the human population, or the whole population as a whole, that's running everything under the dragon, or the parasite. And if you turn it upside down, the wider part, which is the world population, they're going to be at the tip. So that shows you itself that a lot of people are going to die. Or not even die, they're doomed. They're going to go along with the parasite when you turn it upside down. And guess what? The wide part is going to be all those souls that went along with the people at the top. There'll be food for the people at the top, or there'll be slaves for the people at the top. There'll be prisoners for the people that was once at the top. That's a game. They know they're bounded, so they want to get as much as you with them so they can feed on you when they get bounded. You know what the funny part is? It's going to be a lot of the demons that's going to manifest in the physical that's going to be doing the torture or the torturing. Because those demons actually have bodies, not in this realm. They're spirits in this realm, demonic entities in this realm. When in another realm, they're the way they really look most likely manifests. Just like our spiritual higher selves, our patterns. This is why when I talk about spirits coming through a symbol, if you think about that, that's how that makes sense. Where your mind could, people that don't understand that type of shit, where symbols can then unleash demons. Symbols are portals because of the pattern. It's the same shit as we have patterns. When you put us on a frequency drum, see the frequency that you have, the more higher you are in your vibration, the more the pattern turns more complex. That's your pattern. Some people, as they grow throughout life, their pattern becomes more complex. See, those motherfuckers at the top, they don't have a complex pattern. Or maybe it's very complex, but it's stuck that way. They can't go any higher. That's just their pattern. Maybe their pattern is so complex, but with a demonic pattern. You know? Shit like that. You know? And with that same song, this is why I say it only gets harder from here. Because we're up now, right? So the higher you go up is the more harder it gets in the school called life. So you learn as much as you can now so you're able to deal with the hardship later. It's just a higher grade. It's like moving from elementary school to middle school. That's the trick. But then you think about that. If you keep that on your mind, you start feeling like, fuck, how hard can it get? No, you're making it hard because you're keeping it on your mind. You're thinking too much in the future. That's why you deal with the present moment in hand. I always look at, that's why I'm inspired in life when I see disabled people, disabled athletes, people with physical disabilities. They can't enjoy this life right now to their fullest extent. But for some reason, they're able to have a high vibration. They make the best of it. Those people inspire me to the fullest. It puzzles me how they can smile at life. I always would ask a disabled person, what do you believe in, to get to know them? What is your belief system like? Just so I can get an idea of what makes them vibrate so high, knowing that you can't do a lot of things that somebody with an arm and leg can do, that keeps complaining, or a blind person, or a deaf person, or amputee. Now, mental disability is a lot different. That's another story. But physical disability, they obviously must believe in something after this and not giving up. But I like to ask just to make sure, just to see if I get any different answers every now and then. So, I hope everybody that catches this, I hope you enjoyed this little gathering that we had today. This is the school called life, and class has been in session. And you keep that ideology, for an example, in your head, that you're here to learn and not just get caught up with the physical aspect of shit. Yeah, have fun also while you're doing it, but never get too caught up in the world to the point that you're of the world. You're in the world to learn, gain experience, apply knowledge into experience, which turns into wisdom. And you want to treat everybody as you would want to be treated. You want to help as much people as you can. And when you're helping people, you be careful with what you do for them, especially in the form of currency, in the form of money. And being because there's vibrations higher than love, but everything under love You want to conquer as much as that as you can. That's how you defeat evil. That's how you defeat low vibrational emotions and treatment from others. That's in the red zone and especially the black zone that doesn't have any color spectrum. Dead, the dead zone. Grief, stress, depression, anguish, meant. You want to make sure you master all of those things. And still, people that come at you with those type of emotions, you want to fight that back with love and frequencies is higher than love. Take pride in yourselves. You take care of yourself, your health. In this meat vehicle, you take care of your health. And when you're taking care of your health, it's also feeding your aura. Because believe it or not, a lot of people say, we are just spirits within this meat vehicle. That is true, but it's bullshit at the same time because it's also attached to your spirit. Your spirit chose this vehicle for a reason. This vehicle is attaching to your spirit. Because if you have high vibrational spirit, high energy, high frequency, rapid vibration, you're automatically applying that to your skin condition. Your skin begins to glow. Your hair begins to grow. You begin to move fast. Proper thinking. You think more better. The heart is pumping properly. You get more flexible. So your spirit does connect to this meat vehicle. We had my brother Biz up here earlier. And this is when he said, I don't hold on to this body. And this is where I said yes and no, right? Because at the same time, you also have to have that way of thinking, not holding on to this meat vehicle, but at the same time, you want to make sure you take care of this vehicle at the same time. And hey, Sage. Anything you want to say before we leave out?
Is there positive and negative dimensions?
Anything you want to say before we leave out? When it shut it down.
Is there positive and negative dimensions?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Of course. Yeah. This world itself is positive and negative. Anything you want to say to the people? Whoever catches this or that's going to catch it?
Yeah, just keep looking inside, keep searching for what you know to be the truth. Because we already know what the truth is. We're just choosing to see it, or we're choosing to ignore it.
Mm-hmm. We'll have more bills coming up, and
definitely. For everybody checking it out, don't forget to drop a comment of what you would like us to go deeper into next time.
Yeah, that'll be nice, man. Whoever catches it, drop a comment or whatever.
Definitely. I mean, it's nice to know what the audience, are looking for, instead of having to listen. But then again, think of how many other things you learn by listening.
Right. Yeah. What do you think we should end off with a track, eh?
I think so. What do you feel like playing?
Damn. What should we play? End off the day.
You know, I know it's kind of not really matching the theme, but you got that Backyard song?
I would play that, but I don't want to fucking have no halfway what do you call it there? You know what I mean? That halfway thing where you can't, it's not fully, you don't fully own it. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't like, that's what happened last time we were playing all those songs. They did like a halfway block, you know? They'll block it halfway type shit. You know, so I kind of like, fuck it. I mean, I'll do that shit every now and then, you know, where we don't, things that we don't really care about. We're just fucking around, having fun.
We should in that
We
case
don't even have to end off with a song.
check out.
We
should check out some of Boss Hand's Awaken the Streamers 3. Maybe we'll catch some tunes in there. I liked it. I just don't know if it'll fit, you know, this, but that's something we have to worry about. So streaming music.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And we probably, fuck it, man. We'll save music for another time, you know. Fucking. These are conversations people need to be having rather than just wasting time in life and, you know, living day by day, you know, paycheck by paycheck. What if you do in entrepreneurship? You know, you want to get into things that's, yeah, is, you know, just living in the fucking cycle, you know, every day same cycle. And you say to yourself, I'm saving up to get this and get that. I mean, what you're getting, you want to make sure you save up to get things that's going to help you spiritually in your growth, mental, physical, and spiritual growth, or for your kids, to help them grow for the better in a righteous way. You know, so I say, man, live every day like your last. Treat people how you'd want to be treated. Production is key. Make sure if it's not rest, you do something with every single day. Get something done. And just remember, wherever there's a setback, it's always a comeback. A setback is always a setup for a comeback. Always remember. And you're gonna get the fuck out of here, you know. You done know, man. Another stream. That's all you want to say, Sage? Nothing else? That's it?
I just keep looking forward. Keep fighting that struggle within, you know, and you're gonna win.
Fighting that struggle within, you're gonna win. Done know.
Knowledge of self, without a doubt.
Knowledge of self. Okay. Oh, one more thing, man. Shout out to everybody that tuned in and in the chat. I didn't really read the comments heavy. I got it towards the end. I was reading. Shouts to Biz that came through. Shouts to 420 that came through. Killer Miller came up. Shouts to her. Shouts to all those I was in the chat. I think it was Make This Go Viral. TV came through. Code 45. We had a few of those guys come through, and shouts to everybody that came through, man. You know, thanks for supporting with the, you know, typing in the chat or whatever. And big ups, man. And respect to you, Sage. You done know.
You too, brother.
Peace out, everybody. Peace. All right. Okay.
You done know.